Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. September 15th, 2023. I was 28 years old when we loaded the aluminum boat at dawn, the morning mist still clinging to the water's surface like a shroud. My father, 62 and weathered from decades of outdoor expeditions, methodically checked our gear while my younger brother Jake secured the hunting rifles in waterproof cases. We were heading deep into the northern Canadian wilderness, 300 miles from the nearest settlement, chasing rumors of a massive moose population that few hunters had ever accessed. The launch point sat at the end of a gravel road that had taken us 14 hours to reach. No cell service existed for the last 200 miles. No rescue helicopters patrolled these waters. We carried enough supplies for 10 days, including emergency rations that could stretch to 2 weeks if rationed carefully. The isolation should have felt liberating, but as I watched the truck disappear back down that lonely road, leaving us completely cut off from civilization, a knot formed in my stomach. The river stretched before us like a dark ribbon, flanked by dense walls of spruce and pine that had stood untouched for centuries. Ancient trees, some over 4 feet in diameter, created a canopy so thick that even at midday, the forest floor remained in perpetual twilight. The water ran deep and black, reflecting nothing but shadows. My father pushed us off from shore with practiced efficiency. The outboard motor coughed to life, breaking the profound silence that had settled over the landscape. As we began our journey upstream, I noticed how the sound of our engine seemed to be swallowed by the forest, as if the wilderness itself was absorbing every trace of human presence. The first few hours passed uneventfully. Jake tried to lighten the mood with stories from his construction job, but his voice carried an unusual tension. Even my father, normally talkative during these expeditions, remained focused and quiet. The deeper we penetrated into this untamed country, the more I felt like we were trespassing in a place that belonged to something else entirely. By afternoon, we had navigated through 3 sets of rapids, each requiring us to portage our gear over slippery rocks and through dense underbrush. The physical exertion was exhausting, but it was the oppressive weight of solitude that truly drained me. Hours would pass without seeing any sign of human civilization. No contrails in the sky, no distant sounds of machinery, nothing but the endless wilderness pressing in from all sides. We established camp on a small peninsula where the river bent sharply to the east. The site offered good visibility in 3 directions and a natural windbreak from the towering pines behind us. My father insisted on this location despite better fishing spots nearby. Later, I would understand his instincts about defensive positioning had been correct. Setting up our base camp took 2 hours of hard work. We erected a large canvas tent that could shelter all 3 of us, built a stone fire ring, and organized our supplies in bear-proof containers suspended from sturdy branches. The routine work felt reassuring, a return to familiar patterns that had defined our family hunting trips for over a decade. But as darkness approached, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The temperature dropped 15 degrees in 30 minutes, and an unnatural stillness settled over the landscape. No birds called from the trees, no insects buzzed near our fire. Even the gentle lapping of water against the shore seemed muffled and distant. Jake was the first to comment on the silence. "It's like everything just died," he muttered, poking at the fire with a stick. The flames cast dancing shadows that made the surrounding trees appear to shift and move. Beyond the circle of firelight, the darkness felt absolute and hostile. My father cleaned his rifle with methodical precision, checking the action and loading a full magazine. When I asked about his preparations, he simply said that large predators frequented this region. Bears, wolves, and occasionally mountain lions had been reported by the few trappers who worked these remote areas. But his behavior suggested he was preparing for something more dangerous than wildlife. We ate a simple dinner of canned stew and hardtack, speaking in low voices. Conversation felt wrong somehow, as if raising our voices might attract unwanted attention. The fire consumed our carefully gathered wood faster than expected, and by 10 o'clock, we faced the choice of venturing into the dark to collect more fuel or allowing our protective flames to die. I volunteered for firewood duty, partly to prove my courage, and partly because the oppressive atmosphere was making me restless. My father handed me a powerful flashlight and reminded me to stay within shouting distance. Jake offered to accompany me, but I declined, wanting to demonstrate my independence. That decision nearly cost me my life. The moment I stepped beyond the fire's glow, the temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. My breath formed visible clouds in the frigid air. The flashlight beam penetrated only 20 feet into the surrounding darkness, creating a small bubble of visibility that made everything beyond seem even more threatening. The smell hit me first, a nauseating mixture of decay and animal musk that made my stomach clench. I had encountered dead animals before during hunting trips, but this odor carried something else, something wrong that made my primitive brain scream warnings about immediate danger. I was crouched, gathering dry branches near a fallen log, when I heard the first sound. A low rustling in the underbrush, too deliberate to be wind and too heavy to be a small animal. I froze, straining to identify the source. The rustling stopped immediately, as if whatever was making it had detected my attention. My flashlight beam swept across the area where the sound originated, revealing nothing but dense vegetation and shadow. But I could feel eyes watching me, studying my movements with predatory intelligence. The primitive fear response that had kept my ancestors alive flooded my system with adrenaline. Every instinct demanded that I retreat immediately to the safety of the camp. Instead, I forced myself to remain calm and continue gathering wood. Running would only confirm my vulnerability to whatever was observing me. But as I worked, the sensation of being stalked intensified. The rustling resumed, now coming from multiple directions, as if I was being surrounded by coordinated hunters. When the first voice called my name, I nearly dropped the flashlight in shock. The voice sounded exactly like my grandfather, who had died 8 months earlier from pancreatic cancer. The same gravelly tone, the same slight accent from his immigrant childhood, the same affectionate way he had always addressed me during family gatherings. "Come here, son," the voice said, emanating from a thick cluster of pine trees 40 feet away. "I need to show you something important." Logic insisted this was impossible. Grief counselors had warned me about auditory hallucinations following the loss of a loved one, especially during periods of stress and isolation. But the voice carried such authentic warmth and familiarity that my emotional response overrode rational thought. Against every survival instinct, I found myself walking toward the source. The flashlight beam illuminated a vague human shape standing between two massive tree trunks. The figure appeared to be wearing my grandfather's favorite hunting jacket, the old wool coat with leather patches that he had worn on countless expeditions. Even the posture seemed correct. Slightly stooped shoulders, hands clasped behind his back in his characteristic stance. But as I approached within 15 feet, details began to register that destroyed the illusion. The jacket hung wrong, as if the body inside was either too thin or somehow misshapen. The face remained hidden in shadow despite my direct illumination. Most disturbing, the figure stood perfectly motionless, without the subtle breathing movements or small fidgeting gestures that characterize living humans. "Closer," the voice urged, maintaining my grandfather's exact intonation. "I have something for you." Every rational thought screamed at me to flee, but grief and longing held me frozen in place. The voice of my beloved grandfather continued to speak, sharing intimate memories that only he would know, recounting fishing trips from my childhood with perfect accuracy. The emotional manipulation was devastatingly effective. When I reached 10 feet distance, the thing wearing my grandfather's appearance began to change. The transformation happened slowly at first, then with horrifying acceleration. The familiar jacket started to shift and writhe as if something beneath was struggling to escape. The face, still hidden in shadow, seemed to elongate and distort. but it was the smell that shattered my paralysis. That overwhelming stench of rotting meat and predatory musk intensified until it felt like a physical assault. This was not my grandfather. This was something that had studied him, learned his voice, and was now using that knowledge to lure me within killing range. I stumbled backward, raising the flashlight like a weapon. The beam caught the creature's face for one terrible instant before it lunged forward with inhuman speed. What I saw in that brief illumination would haunt my dreams for years afterward. Flesh that appeared to be rotting and healing simultaneously. Features that shifted between human and something else entirely. And eyes that reflected light like an animal's, but held a malevolent intelligence that no natural predator possessed. The creature's initial lunge carried it past me as I threw myself sideways into a tangle of low branches. Thorns tore at my clothing and skin, but the pain was nothing compared to the terror that drove me forward. Behind me, I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, moving with a fluid grace that suggested perfect adaptation to this environment. I ran without any sense of direction, guided only by panic and the desperate hope of reaching the campfire's safety. Tree branches whipped across my face, leaving bloody scratches. Roots caught my boots, sending me stumbling. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made navigation nearly impossible. The creature pursued me with methodical patience, never quite catching up but never falling behind. I could hear it moving parallel to my path, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, as if it was herding me toward a specific location. The realization that I was being played with, that this thing was toying with me rather than simply killing me, added a new dimension of horror to my flight. When I finally burst into the camp clearing, I was sobbing with relief and terror. My father and Jake were already on their feet, rifles in hand, alerted by the sound of my crashing approach. I collapsed near the fire, gasping for air and pointing toward the darkness I had just escaped. Something out there, I managed between ragged breaths. It was wearing his clothes. It sounded exactly like him. My father's response was immediate and military in its precision. He positioned Jake on one side of the camp with clear fields of fire while taking up position on the opposite side. They moved with a coordination that suggested previous experience with similar situations, though neither had ever mentioned encounters like this during our family's many wilderness expeditions. "Stay near the fire," my father commanded, checking his rifle's safety. "Keep it fed with wood. Whatever's out there doesn't like the light." The next few hours tested every limit of human endurance. We maintained a state of constant vigilance while something circled our perimeter with predatory patience. Occasionally, we would catch glimpses of movement just beyond the firelight's reach. A shadow that moved wrong. A silhouette that seemed too tall or too angular to be human. The psychological warfare was relentless. The creature continued to speak in my grandfather's voice, calling from different locations around the camp. Sometimes it recounted specific memories from my childhood. Other times it pleaded for help, claiming to be lost and injured. The emotional manipulation was expertly calculated to exploit every weakness in my psychological defenses. Jake proved more resistant to the creature's deceptions, perhaps because he had been less close to our grandfather. But even he showed signs of strain as the night wore on. His hands trembled slightly as he maintained his firing position, and sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold air. The worst moment came around 3 a.m. when the creature began imitating our mother's voice, calling to us from the darkness. The sound of her familiar worry and love, twisted into a weapon of psychological torture, nearly broke my resolve. I had to bite down on my own hand to prevent myself from responding. My father's discipline never wavered. He maintained his position with the steady focus of someone who had faced genuine combat situations. Later, I would learn about his military service in Afghanistan, experiences he had never discussed with his family. That night, his training probably saved our lives. As dawn approached, the attacks became more aggressive. The creature began testing our perimeter, rushing toward the edge of our firelight before retreating into darkness. Each probe lasted only seconds, but it was enough to reveal glimpses of something that moved with unnatural speed and agility. During one particularly bold approach, Jake managed to get off a shot. The rifle's report echoed across the water like thunder, followed by a sound I had never heard before. A shriek that combined human vocal cords with something else entirely. The creature retreated deeper into the forest, but we could still hear it moving through the trees. Wounded, but not defeated. The arrival of dawn should have brought relief, but the pale morning light only revealed the true scope of our predicament. Around our camp, the ground showed clear evidence of the night's siege. Tracks in the soft earth indicated something that walked on two legs, but left impressions suggesting feet that were longer and narrower than human. Vegetation around the perimeter had been systematically disturbed, as if our stalker had spent hours studying our defenses and testing different approaches. Most disturbing were the claw marks on several trees, deep gouges in the bark that reached 8 feet above ground level, far higher than any normal human could reach. Jake's shot had drawn blood. Dark stains on the leaves and undergrowth marked the path of the creature's retreat. But the blood appeared wrong somehow. Too dark, with an oily consistency that seemed to repel the morning dew rather than mixing with it. My father made the decision to abandon our hunting expedition immediately. We broke camp with frantic efficiency, loading our boat while maintaining constant watch on the surrounding forest. Every shadow could hide our tormentor. Every rustle of wind through the trees might mask the sound of approaching danger. The journey back downriver became a nightmare of constant vigilance. We took turns manning the outboard motor while the other two maintained watch with loaded rifles. The creature followed us, keeping pace with our boat by moving through the forest along the riverbank. Occasionally, we would glimpse it through gaps in the vegetation, a tall figure that moved with fluid grace between the trees, never quite revealing itself completely, but always maintaining visual contact with our boat. The psychological pressure was unbearable. We were being stalked by something that viewed us as prey, and our only protection was the open water between us and the shore. During one particularly narrow section of river, where overhanging branches forced us to travel close to the bank, the creature made its most aggressive move yet. It burst from the tree line and dove into the water with shocking agility, swimming toward our boat with powerful strokes that closed the distance with terrifying speed. My father opened fire while Jake gunned the motor to maximum throttle. The rifle shots echoed across the water as I watched something that should not exist pursuing us through the dark river. One shot found its mark, causing the creature to falter and sink beneath the surface. We waited, engines idling, for it to resurface. It never did. But somehow that brought no comfort. The absence felt more threatening than its presence had been. We continued downstream in tense silence, constantly scanning the water for any sign of movement below the surface. Hours later, when we finally reached the logging road where we had left our truck, the sense of relief was overwhelming. But as we loaded our gear and prepared to leave this cursed wilderness behind, I noticed something that chilled my blood. Fresh tracks in the mud around our vehicle. The same elongated footprints we had found around our camp. The creature had somehow anticipated our route and reached our extraction point ahead of us. The drive back to civilization became a test of endurance that pushed all three of us to our psychological limits. My father drove with grim determination, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, while Jake and I took turns monitoring our mirrors for any sign of pursuit. The rational part of my mind insisted that we had left our tormentor behind in the wilderness, but primitive fear whispered that something capable of such impossible behavior might not be constrained by normal limitations. Every few miles, we passed through small logging towns that should have felt like sanctuaries of human civilization. Instead, they seemed vulnerable and exposed, isolated outposts surrounded by the same endless forest that had nearly claimed our lives. The few people we encountered at gas stations and roadside diners appeared normal, but I found myself studying their faces for any sign of the wrongness I had witnessed in that creature's shifting features. Sleep became impossible despite our exhaustion. Even when we stopped at a motel in Thunder Bay, I lay awake listening to every creak of the building, every footstep in the hallway outside our room. The simple act of closing my eyes brought vivid flashbacks to that moment when the creature's face had been illuminated by my flashlight. Features that had shifted between human and something else entirely. Jake suffered similar symptoms. He would start awake from brief dozes, reaching for a rifle that was no longer within reach. During our few attempts at conversation, he would stop mid-sentence to listen to sounds that existed only in his traumatized imagination. The confident, joking brother I had known for 25 years seemed to have been replaced by someone constantly poised for flight. My father's reaction was different but equally disturbing. He maintained an exterior calm that bordered on the unnatural, as if he was drawing upon reserves of discipline forged by experiences he had never shared with his family. But I caught him staring out windows with the focused intensity of someone expecting an attack, and he insisted on checking the locks on our motel room door multiple times before attempting to rest. The final leg of our journey took us through familiar territory, past landmarks I had known since childhood. But even these comforting sights felt contaminated by our recent experience. The woods along the highway, which had once seemed peaceful and welcoming, now appeared to hide potential threats behind every tree. When we finally reached our hometown, the relief was tempered by a disturbing realization. The experience had changed us in ways that might prove permanent. We were no longer the same people who had departed on what should have been a routine hunting expedition. Something had been taken from us in that northern wilderness, an innocence about the nature of reality that could never be restored. The familiar streets and buildings of our neighborhood felt simultaneously comforting and alien, as if we were viewing them through the eyes of strangers who had witnessed something that existed outside the normal parameters of human experience. In the months following our return, the three of us struggled to process what we had experienced in ways that would allow us to function in normal society. We made a collective decision to never speak of the incident to anyone outside our immediate family, partly from fear of being dismissed as delusional, but mostly from a deeper concern that discussing it might somehow make it real again. My father, drawing upon his military background, insisted we undergo what he called debriefing sessions, carefully structured conversations designed to help us integrate the trauma without becoming consumed by it. These sessions revealed aspects of his past that explained his tactical response during our ordeal. His service record included classified operations in remote regions where conventional explanations for enemy behavior had proven inadequate. Jake threw himself into his construction work with an intensity that bordered on obsession, as if physical exhaustion could somehow quiet the memories that haunted his sleep. But his colleagues noticed changes in his behavior, a hypervigilance that made him constantly scan his surroundings, and a refusal to work alone in isolated areas where his crew was clearing forest land for development. My own recovery proved more complicated. The creature's use of my grandfather's voice had exploited our emotional bond in ways that left me questioning the nature of memory and identity. Every cherished recollection of time spent with him was now contaminated by the echo of that thing speaking in his voice, using his words to lure me toward destruction. Professional counseling helped to some degree, though I was forced to describe our experience as a wilderness survival situation involving dangerous wildlife rather than revealing the true nature of what we had encountered. The therapist's techniques for processing trauma were effective, but they could not address the deeper metaphysical questions raised by our ordeal. Sleep remained elusive for all three of us. I developed elaborate rituals for checking locks and windows before attempting to rest, while Jake installed motion sensor lights around the perimeter of his property. My father, with characteristic practicality, acquired additional firearms and ensured that we all received advanced training in their use. The most disturbing aspect of our ongoing struggle was the gradual realization that our experience might not have been unique. Careful research into unexplained disappearances in remote wilderness areas revealed patterns that suggested other encounters with something similar to what we had faced. Experienced hunters and outdoorsmen vanishing without trace, despite being well-equipped and familiar with survival techniques. Government agencies responsible for managing vast wilderness areas maintained databases of such incidents, but their explanations invariably cited conventional hazards, animal attacks, weather emergencies, or equipment failures. Reading between the lines of official reports, however, suggested that some investigators suspected causes that could not be publicly acknowledged. As I write this account 2 years after our ordeal, the memories remain as vivid and disturbing as ever. The physical wounds from our flight through the forest have healed, but the psychological scars serve as constant reminders that the world contains dangers beyond human understanding. We have never returned to that region of northern Canada, though my father maintains contact with other hunters and guides who work those areas. Their reports suggest that whatever we encountered has not been idle during our absence. Equipment caches left by hunting parties have been systematically destroyed, and several experienced woodsmen have abandoned territories they had worked for decades, citing an atmosphere of malevolence that made their continued presence untenable. The three of us remain bound together by our shared knowledge of something that exists outside the accepted boundaries of reality. That bond has strengthened our family relationships in some ways, but it has also isolated us from others who have never glimpsed the darkness that lurks in the world's most remote places. I continue to hope that time will dull the sharp edges of these memories, allowing us to reclaim some measure of the peace we possessed before our journey into that cursed wilderness. But deep in my heart, I suspect that some experiences change a person so fundamentally that full recovery becomes impossible. The northern forest keeps its secrets well, and those who venture too deep into its embrace may discover that some knowledge comes at a price that can never be fully paid. It was October 2019, and my life had fallen into a predictable rhythm. At 34, I had settled into a comfortable but uninspiring job at an accounting firm in Northern California. The days blurred together, spreadsheets, client meetings, and the steady hum of fluorescent lights. My friend Andre Russo and I had known each other since college, both transplants to the area who had stayed for work rather than passion. We shared a mutual dissatisfaction with our sedentary lives, often commiserating over beers about how we'd become chained to our desks. "We need to get out more," Andre insisted one Friday evening as we sat at our usual corner table at Lighthouse Pub. "Remember when we used to hike every weekend?" I nodded, recalling our more adventurous college days. "Those mountains near Sacramento. What were they called again?" "The Sierra Nevadas," Andre said, smiling at the memory. "We haven't done anything like that in years." He was right. Somewhere along the way, we'd allowed ourselves to become consumed by work and responsibility. The outdoors had become something we merely glimpsed through office windows. "What about the Lost Coast Trail?" Andre suggested, pulling out his phone to show me photos. "It's supposed to be one of the most remote and beautiful stretches in California, about 3 hours north of here." The images revealed rugged coastline where forest met sea, untamed and isolated. Something stirred in me, a desire to break free from routine, to feel alive again. "We could do a day hike," I said, already warming to the idea. "Nothing too ambitious, just enough to get out there again." Andre's enthusiasm was infectious. "This Saturday. We'll leave at dawn. Make a day of it." That night I researched the trail, reading accounts from hikers who described its wild beauty and challenging terrain. The more I read, the more excited I became. This was exactly what we needed. A break from the monotony, a chance to reconnect with something more primal and real than our artificial office lives. I prepared meticulously, pulling out hiking boots that had gathered dust in my closet, checking the weather forecast, clear skies predicted, and packing essentials, water bottles, trail mix, a first aid kit, and a detailed map of the area. I even charged my camera, determined to document our return to adventure. That Friday night, I went to bed early, setting my alarm for 4:30 a.m. As I drifted off to sleep, I imagined the feel of the trail beneath my feet, the salt spray from the nearby ocean, the liberation of wide-open spaces. What I couldn't imagine was how drastically this simple hiking trip would alter everything I thought I understood about the world. Andre pulled up in his weathered Ford pickup at precisely 5 a.m. on Saturday. The pre-dawn air carried a crisp chill as I loaded my backpack into the truck bed. We stopped for coffee at a 24-hour gas station before merging onto the nearly empty highway northbound. "Weather report still looks good," Andre said, scrolling through his phone as I drove the first leg. "Clear skies all day." The drive took us through small coastal towns that were just beginning to stir, past farmland shrouded in morning mist, and eventually along winding roads that curved between towering redwoods. We talked about work, mutual friends, and our plans for the coming months. Normal conversation that soon gave way to comfortable silence as the landscape grew more rugged. By 8:30 a.m., we reached the southern access point to the Lost Coast Trail. The parking area was a simple gravel lot with room for perhaps a dozen vehicles. Only 3 other cars were present, a testament to the trail's remoteness even on a beautiful Saturday in autumn. We shouldered our packs and approached the trailhead. A weathered wooden sign provided a stark warning. "Attention, hikers. Weather conditions can change rapidly. Check tide schedules. No cell service available on trail. Register at station." After signing the trail register, we set off. The initial path led through a dense forest of Sitka spruce and Douglas fir, their massive trunks creating natural columns that stretched toward a canopy high above. Shafts of early morning sunlight broke through in places, illuminating patches of ferns and moss with an almost ethereal glow. "This is incredible," I said, pausing to take a photo of light streaming through the trees. "I can't believe we waited so long to do this." Andre nodded in agreement. "City life makes you forget places like this exist." The trail gradually descended toward the coastline. Within an hour, we caught our first glimpse of the Pacific through breaks in the trees, a vast expanse of deep blue stretching to the horizon. The sound of waves grew louder as we approached, a rhythmic backdrop to our journey. By mid-morning, the forest gave way to coastal bluffs. The trail narrowed, hugging the contours of the land as it wove between rocky outcroppings and grassy slopes. To our left rose steep hillsides covered in coastal shrubs and wildflowers. To our right, cliffs dropped dramatically to a shoreline where waves crashed against black volcanic rocks. "We picked a perfect day," Andre remarked as we paused to drink water. The sky remained cloudless, the sun warm but not oppressive. A light breeze carried the scent of salt and seaweed. We continued at a leisurely pace, stopping occasionally to photograph particularly striking vistas or to watch seabirds wheeling above the surf. The solitude was profound. We had yet to encounter another hiker, and the only sounds were natural ones: wind in the grass, waves on the shore, the distant cry of gulls. By noon, we had been hiking for about 3 hours. My legs felt the effort, muscles pleasantly taxed after months of underuse. Andre consulted the map, confirming we had covered roughly 5 miles of the trail. "There should be a clearing just ahead," he said, folding the map and returning it to his pack. "Good spot for lunch." As predicted, the trail soon opened into a small meadow set back from the cliff edge. A large flat boulder provided an ideal resting place with views of both the ocean and the forested hills we had traversed. Neither of us could have anticipated that this peaceful moment would mark the end of the world as we had understood it. I dropped my pack beside the boulder, stretching my arms toward the cloudless sky. The sun warmed my face as I took a long drink from my water bottle. Andre unfolded the map on the rock's surface, studying our position and the trail ahead. "If we keep this pace, we can reach Bear Harbor before turning back," he said, tracing the route with his finger. "That gives us plenty of time to make it to the truck before sunset." I nodded, only half listening as I savored the moment. The perfect weather, the spectacular view, the satisfaction of physical exertion. After months of fluorescent lights and recycled office air, each breath felt like a revelation. Then it happened. The sunlight vanished as though someone had thrown a switch. A massive shadow swept across the clearing, plunging us into sudden twilight. It wasn't the passing of a cloud. The sky remained a pristine blue. This was something else entirely, something solid and enormous moving above us. My body reacted before my mind could process what was happening. I froze mid-sip, water dribbling down my chin as my eyes darted upward. Andre fell silent, his finger stopping its trace along the map. The shadow moved with unnatural speed and silence, passing over us completely in perhaps 3 seconds. As quickly as it had come, it was gone, leaving us bathed in sunlight once more. Andre's face had drained of color. What was that? His voice emerged, strained, barely above a whisper. I couldn't answer immediately. My eyes scanned the sky, searching for anything that could have cast such a shadow. An aircraft, a formation of birds, even a hang glider. But the blue expanse remained empty and undisturbed. I began, but my words were cut short by a sudden change in the air. A cold wind swept through the clearing, powerful enough to rustle the surrounding trees and send loose pages of Andre's map fluttering. This wasn't a gentle breeze, but a concentrated gust that seemed to follow in the wake of the shadow, as though intrinsically connected to whatever had passed overhead. The temperature dropped noticeably. Goosebumps rose on my arms despite the previous warmth of the day. The wind carried a scent I couldn't identify, something metallic and unfamiliar that made my nostrils flare in instinctive rejection. "Did you feel that?" Andre asked, gathering the scattered map pages with trembling hands. That wasn't normal. As suddenly as it had begun, the wind subsided. In its absence, I became aware of a profound silence that had descended upon our surroundings. The constant background noise of the forest, bird song, insect buzzing, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, had ceased entirely. Even the distant crash of waves against the shore seemed muted, as though something had pressed a dampening hand over the natural world. I strained my ears, hoping to catch some reassuring sound that would restore normalcy to the moment. Nothing came. The silence hung heavy and oppressive, an absence so complete it seemed to have physical weight. "The birds," I said finally. "They've stopped." Andre nodded, his eyes wide as they darted from the sky to the surrounding trees. "Everything has." We stood motionless in the clearing for what felt like minutes, but was likely only seconds, both afraid to break the unnatural quiet. I found myself holding my breath, listening intently for any sign of what might come next. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force I was certain Andre must hear it. Whatever had passed over us, whatever had caused the shadow, the wind, and this smothering silence, remained unseen. Yet its presence lingered, an invisible pressure that seemed to watch and wait. I felt exposed in the open clearing, vulnerable beneath the empty sky. "We should go," I said finally, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the still air. "We need to go now." Andre didn't argue. He stuffed the map into his pack without bothering to fold it properly, his movements quick and jerky. I grabbed my water bottle and backpack, suddenly desperate to put distance between ourselves and this place. As we turned to leave, I cast one final glance at the sky above the clearing. Still blue, still empty, still wrong in a way I couldn't articulate but felt with absolute certainty. We abandoned the trail immediately, cutting directly through the underbrush toward the direction we had come from. Neither of us spoke about our decision. There was no debate, no weighing of options. Some primal instinct had taken control, bypassing rational thought in favor of immediate flight. I took the lead, pushing aside branches and scrambling over fallen logs with reckless speed. Thorns tore at my clothes, and roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I couldn't slow down. The compulsion to flee was overwhelming, driving me forward despite the growing burn in my lungs and the protest of muscles already fatigued from the morning's hike. Andre followed close behind. I could hear his ragged breathing, occasionally punctuated by muttered curses when a branch snapped back or his foot slipped on loose soil. We were making far too much noise, crashing through the forest like wounded animals, but stealth seemed less important than speed. Every few minutes I found myself glancing upward through gaps in the canopy, searching for any sign of the shadow's return. The patches of visible sky remained clear and blue, yet this offered little comfort. Whatever had passed over us hadn't announced its presence before appearing. There was no reason to believe we would have warning should it come again. After perhaps 20 minutes of headlong retreat, I stumbled into a small stream that cut across our path. The shock of cold water against my ankles brought me to an abrupt halt. Andre nearly collided with me, catching himself against a nearby tree trunk. "Wait!" he gasped, bending double to catch his breath. "Just a minute." I realized I was breathing hard too, my chest heaving with exertion and fear. Sweat drenched my shirt despite the now cool air. I leaned against a boulder beside the stream, trying to slow my racing heart. "Do you think?" Andre began, then paused to suck in another breath. "Do you think we're far enough away?" The question hung between us, impossible to answer. Far enough away from what? We couldn't name what we were fleeing from because we hadn't seen it, only its shadow, only its effects on the world around us. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we can't keep running blind through the woods. We'll end up lost or injured." Andre nodded, straightening up. "The trail can't be far. We've been moving roughly parallel to it." He pulled out the crumpled map, trying to orient himself. After a moment, he pointed to our right. "That way, maybe half a mile." We moved more deliberately now, still hurrying but with enough caution to avoid injury. The forest around us had regained some of its normal sounds, the chirp of birds, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, but these seemed subdued, as though the wildlife remained wary. "What do you think it was?" Andre asked finally, breaking the silence between us. I shook my head. "I don't know. Not a cloud, not a plane. Too big for a bird," he added. "And too fast. And the wind after," I said. "That wasn't natural." Andre nodded grimly. "The way everything went quiet." We fell silent again, neither wanting to give voice to the more disturbing possibilities that lurked at the edges of reason. In broad daylight, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of a California forest, it seemed absurd to consider anything beyond the rational world. Yet what we had experienced defied rational explanation. After about 15 minutes, we intersected with the trail again. The sight of the well-worn path brought a surge of relief that was almost physical in its intensity. Here was something man-made, something that led back to civilization and normalcy. "We made good time," Andre said, checking his watch. "If we keep moving, we can be back at the truck in an hour, maybe less." We set a brisk pace, no longer stopping to admire views or photograph interesting features as we had on the outward journey. The beauty of the coastline now seemed tainted, its wildness transformed from appealing to threatening. I wanted only to return to the familiar confines of buildings and roads, places where shadows behaved according to known laws of physics. As we walked, I found myself repeatedly checking the sky and monitoring the temperature of the air around us. Any slight dimming of the light or shift in the breeze sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. Andre must have felt the same. I noticed how his shoulders tensed whenever a cloud temporarily obscured the sun. We encountered two other hikers heading in the opposite direction, a middle-aged couple equipped with professional-looking gear and walking sticks. They greeted us cheerfully, commenting on the perfect weather and asking if we'd seen any whales from the bluffs. We responded with forced smiles and vague answers, neither of us willing to share what had driven us to flee. What could we have said that wouldn't have sounded completely irrational? After they passed, Andre looked at me. "Should we have warned them?" I frowned, uncertain. "Warned them about what? A shadow we can't explain? They'd think we were crazy." He nodded reluctantly. "I guess you're right." But the encounter left me uneasy. Were we sending those innocent hikers towards something dangerous? Or had our experience been some kind of shared hallucination, a momentary glitch in perception that wouldn't repeat itself? The trailhead came into view shortly after 2 o'clock. The gravel parking lot, with its weathered information board and basic facilities, had never looked so welcoming. Andre's truck sat where we had left it, sunlight glinting off its windshield. We reached the vehicle in silence, tossing our packs into the bed with motions that betrayed our lingering tension. Once inside the cab, neither of us made an immediate move to leave. Instead, we sat side by side, staring through the windshield at the forest we had just escaped. "It was probably nothing," Andre said finally, his tone suggesting he didn't believe his own words. "A weird atmospheric thing, or—" He trailed off, unable to formulate a convincing explanation. "Right," I agreed, equally unconvincing. "Just one of those things." He started the engine, and as we pulled away from the trailhead, I felt a complex mixture of relief and disquiet. We were safe, heading back to the predictable world of streetlights and cell phone signals. Yet something fundamental had shifted. A crack had appeared in my understanding of reality, and I wasn't sure it could ever be repaired. Andre dropped me off at my apartment without coming inside, breaking our usual post-hike routine of sharing a beer and recounting the day's journey. His goodbye was hurried, almost perfunctory, as though he couldn't wait to create distance not just from the trail but from me as well, as if my presence was an uncomfortable reminder of what we had experienced. I watched his truck disappear down the street before entering my building. The familiar surroundings of my apartment should have been comforting, but instead they felt oddly insubstantial. The solid walls and ceiling, the furniture I had carefully selected, the photographs and books that defined my personal space, all seemed fragile in a way they hadn't before, as though their reality had been called into question. I showered mechanically, washing away the physical traces of the hike. Dirt, sweat, the scratches from branches, while my mind replayed the moment in the clearing over and over. The sudden darkness, the overwhelming silence, the cold wind that followed like the exhale of something vast. Afterward, I sat on my couch and turned on the television, seeking the mind-numbing distraction of background noise. The normality of news anchors discussing politics and weather forecasters pointing at maps struck me as absurd. How could the world continue its ordinary patterns when something so extraordinary had occurred? I found myself unable to focus on anything for more than a few minutes. I tried reading, then browsing the internet, then preparing dinner, but my thoughts continually returned to the shadow. It was as though a splinter had lodged in my mind, impossible to ignore and resistant to removal. That night, rest wouldn't come. I lay awake, staring at the shifting patterns of streetlight on my ceiling. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadow passing over the clearing. Each time I began to drift off, the sensation of that cold, unnatural wind jerked me back to consciousness. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep entirely. I moved to my desk and opened my laptop, driven by a need to understand, to find some explanation that would allow me to file away the experience as something known and therefore manageable. I searched for natural phenomena that could create fast-moving shadows without visible causes. I read about unusual weather patterns, about optical illusions caused by atmospheric conditions, about rare cloud formations invisible except for their shadows. None of these explanations seemed adequate to what we had witnessed. Next, I ventured into more speculative territory. UFO sightings, unexplained aerial phenomena, cryptozoological accounts of flying creatures. The websites devoted to these topics were filled with blurry photographs, breathless first-hand accounts, and theories ranging from the pseudo-scientific to the wildly conspiratorial. I found myself simultaneously drawn to and repelled by these explanations, wanting to believe that others had experienced something similar while fearing the implications if they had. Dawn found me still at my computer, eyes burning from fatigue, but mind refusing to rest. I had dozens of browser tabs open, had filled pages of notes with possible explanations, had even sketched rough approximations of the shadow's shape and movement based on my memory. None of it brought me closer to understanding. I called in sick to work on Monday, unable to face the prospect of pretending normalcy through client meetings and spreadsheet reviews. Instead, I spent the day in a state of exhausted hypervigilance, watching the sky through my apartment windows, startling at any unusual shadow or sound. I tried calling Andre twice. Both times the call went to voicemail. When he finally texted back late in the afternoon, his message was brief. "Not feeling great. Talk later this week." I recognized the avoidance strategy because I was employing a version of it myself. By not discussing what had happened, perhaps we could convince ourselves it hadn't been as inexplicable as it seemed. Perhaps, given enough time, the memory would lose its disturbing clarity and join the ranks of strange but dismissible life experiences. But as days passed, I found the memory refused to fade. It remained vivid, intrusive, coloring my perception of the world in subtle but persistent ways. I returned to work, went through the motions of my daily routine, smiled and nodded through conversations about weekend plans and office politics. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, something had fundamentally changed. I found myself unable to enter open spaces without scanning the sky. I flinched at sudden shadows, tensed at unexpected gusts of wind. I began to sleep with my lights on, unable to tolerate the darkness that now seemed to hold potential for something more than the absence of light. When Andre and I finally met for dinner the following weekend, our conversation was stilted, circling around the subject we both needed to address. We discussed work, complained about colleagues, debated the merits of a new restaurant downtown. Everything except what had happened on the trail. It was only after our second round of drinks that Andre finally broke the unspoken agreement to avoid the topic. "Have you been back?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. I knew immediately what he meant. "No, have you?" He shook his head. "I've been thinking about it, though, a lot." "Me too," I admitted. "I've been researching possibilities." Andre's expression revealed both interest and reluctance. "Find anything?" "Nothing that makes sense, nothing that feels right." He nodded slowly, then leaned closer across the table. "I saw it again," he said, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "Not the shadow itself, but something similar." My heart rate accelerated. "Where? When?" "Tuesday evening. I was driving back from my sister's place in Mendocino. It was almost sunset, and I was on that stretch of Highway 1 that runs right along the coast." He paused, taking a sip of his drink. The sky got dark for a second, not like before, not as complete, but the same quality to it. And there was that wind again, strong enough to push against the truck. I felt a chill spread through me. "Did you see anything?" "No," he said. But I felt it, like something massive was passing overhead, like whatever we encountered on the trail is moving up and down the coastline. The implications of his words hung between us. If what we had experienced wasn't an isolated incident, if the phenomenon was mobile and recurring, then it wasn't something we could simply avoid by staying away from the Lost Coast Trail. It was something that existed in our world, something that could appear again anywhere, anytime. "What do we do?" I asked finally. Andre shook his head, his expression grim. "I don't know that there's anything we can do. Except maybe..." He hesitated. "What?" "Go back," he said. "Go back to the clearing where it happened. Try to understand." The suggestion filled me with instinctive dread. Why would we do that? Because whatever this is, it's not going away, at least not for me. His eyes met mine, searching. "I need to know if I'm losing my mind, or if we really encountered something unexplainable." I wanted to argue, to insist that returning to the scene was unnecessary and potentially dangerous, but I recognized the truth in his words. The splinter in my mind would not work itself out through avoidance. Understanding, or at least confrontation, was the only path forward. Okay, I said reluctantly. We go back. Before returning to the Lost Coast Trail, I dedicated myself to thorough preparation. If we were to confront something potentially dangerous, we needed to arm ourselves with as much knowledge as possible. The weekend excursion would have to wait. First, I needed to research. I began systematically creating a document to catalog similar reported phenomena. Starting with scientific journals and academic databases accessible through my company's research portal, I searched for unusual atmospheric events, unexplained aerial shadows, and localized weather anomalies along the California coast. Most of the results were easily explainable. Cloud shadows, temperature inversions, rare but documented meteorological occurrences. None matched the specific combination of effects we had experienced. The solid shadow moving independently of cloud cover, the targeted cold wind that followed, the unnatural silence that descended on the surrounding environment. I expanded my search to include government records. The FAA had no reports of unauthorized aircraft in the area on the day of our hike. NOAA weather data showed no unusual patterns or anomalies that might explain what we had witnessed. Local news archives contained nothing about strange sightings or experiences near the Lost Coast during that period. As legitimate sources failed to yield answers, I reluctantly turned to less credible ones. UFO reporting websites, paranormal forums, and conspiracy theory boards became my late-night reading. I created anonymous accounts to ask questions about our experience, being careful to phrase my inquiries hypothetically to avoid appearing unhinged. The responses varied wildly. Some suggested conventional explanations I had already considered and dismissed. Others offered supernatural theories involving everything from interdimensional beings to government experiments with advanced technology. A few respondents claimed to have experienced similar phenomena, but none provided details specific enough to convince me they had encountered the same thing we had. In the midst of this increasingly frustrating research, I received a promising lead from an unexpected source. An elderly librarian at the County Historical Society responded to my email inquiry about local legends or historical accounts of unusual natural phenomena. She mentioned a collection of journals written by a lighthouse keeper who had worked at the Punta Gorda light station near the southern portion of the Lost Coast from 1942 to 1951. These journals haven't been fully cataloged, she wrote, but I recall entries describing something the keeper called the darkening. Periodic events where a shadow would pass over the station, followed by what he described as a wind that carries no scent of the sea. Given your research interests, these accounts might be relevant. The following day, I drove to the Historical Society's archives, located in a basement room of the county library. The librarian, Mrs. Winters, had prepared the journals for my visit. The leather-bound volumes were worn with age, their pages yellowed and fragile. Joseph Calloway kept meticulous records, Mrs. Winters explained as she guided me through the handling protocols. Most entries deal with weather conditions, maintenance tasks, and ship sightings. But beginning in February 1945, he started documenting these unusual occurrences. I spent hours carefully turning the pages, scanning Calloway's neat handwriting for mentions of the darkening. The first relevant entry appeared on February 17, 1945. Unusual occurrence today at approximately 14:20 hours. While performing routine maintenance on the lens assembly, I observed what I can only describe as a darkening that passed over the station. The sky remained clear, yet a shadow moved across the ground as if cast by an immense object. The event lasted perhaps 5 to 7 seconds. Following this, a strong cold wind blew from the northwest, despite the day being otherwise still. Most peculiar was the complete silence that fell. No birds, no insects, not even the eternal sound of waves against the rocks below. I have logged this phenomenon as the darkening for future reference. My hands trembled as I read the entry. The description matched our experience with unsettling precision. The same progression of shadow, wind, and silence. Calloway had witnessed the same phenomenon nearly 75 years earlier. Subsequent entries revealed that the lighthouse keeper had observed the darkening 14 times over a 6-year period. The occurrences followed no discernible pattern in terms of timing or frequency, though Callaway noted they seemed more common during clear weather and often happened near midday. Most disturbing was an entry from August 3, 1947. The darkening occurred again today, more pronounced than previous instances. I was not alone in witnessing it this time. Howard Bryce, who delivers our monthly supplies, was present. Upon experiencing the phenomenon, Bryce became extremely agitated, claiming he had encountered the same thing while fishing off Shelter Cove last month. According to Bryce, his fishing companion, William Foster, became so disturbed by the experience that he waded into the surf immediately afterward as if in a trance. Foster drowned before Bryce could reach him. Authorities ruled it an accident, but Bryce is convinced the shadow took him. I record this account with reservation, as Bryce is known to embellish. Yet his description of the event itself aligns precisely with my observations. I photographed the relevant pages with my phone, thanked Mrs. Winters for her assistance, and left the archives with a mixture of validation and intensified unease. The journals confirmed that what Andre and I had experienced was real and had been occurring in the region for decades, possibly longer. But they also suggested a potential danger we hadn't considered, that the phenomenon might have some kind of psychological effect on those who witnessed it. That evening, I called Andre to share my findings. His initial skepticism gave way to troubled acceptance as I read Callaway's entries aloud. "So this thing has been around for at least 75 years, he said when I finished. Maybe much longer if there are accounts from before Callaway. And it seems to be concentrated along the Lost Coast, I added. Though your experience on Highway 1 suggests it ranges farther at times. What about this guy Foster who drowned? You think the shadow caused that somehow? I hesitated. It's a second-hand account, possibly exaggerated. But yes, it raises concerns about psychological effects. Did you feel anything unusual after your experience on Highway 1? Any compulsions or altered states? No, Andre said firmly. Just fear. Natural fear. Same here, I agreed. But we should be careful when we go back. Stay aware of any unusual thoughts or impulses. We planned our return to the Lost Coast for the following weekend. This time we would bring additional equipment, cameras with wide-angle lenses to capture as much of the sky as possible, a digital thermometer to record temperature fluctuations, a handheld weather station to measure wind speed and barometric pressure, and a digital audio recorder to document any changes in ambient sound. If this thing appears again, Andre said, we'll have more than just our memories as evidence. As we finalized preparations, I couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. We were deliberately returning to encounter something unexplainable, something that had existed long enough to establish a historical pattern, something that might have influenced at least one person to walk to their death. Yet beneath the fear was a compelling need to understand, to confront the crack that had appeared in my perception of reality and either repair it with explanation or learn to live with its implications. The night before our planned return, I dreamed of the clearing. In the dream, the shadow passed over not once, but repeatedly, each time lingering longer, each time bringing a colder wind and a deeper silence, until the world around me seemed frozen in a twilight state, neither day nor night. I woke gasping, my room too dark, too quiet. The lingering sensation of being observed by something vast and patient following me into consciousness. Dawn couldn't come quickly enough. The drive back to the Lost Coast Trail unfolded in tense silence. Andre focused intently on the road, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. I monitored our equipment, checking batteries and settings with obsessive precision. Anything to occupy my mind and suppress the growing apprehension. We arrived at the trailhead shortly after 9 in the morning. The parking lot contained only one other vehicle, a mud-splattered Jeep with kayak racks. The day was clear and mild, remarkably similar to our previous visit. This meteorological consistency seemed significant somehow, aligning with Callaway's observation that the darkening often occurred during fair weather. As we prepared to set out, I found myself hesitating, overcome by a sudden urge to abandon our plan. "Maybe this is a mistake," I said, adjusting the straps of my backpack without looking at Andre. "We've come this far," he replied, though his tone lacked conviction. "We need answers. And if we don't find any? If nothing happens? Then at least we tried. Better than spending the rest of our lives jumping at shadows." His words resonated with my own thoughts. The experience had already altered us. Returning to normal seemed impossible without confrontation and resolution. I nodded, and we set off along the now familiar trail. Our pace was deliberate, neither rushing toward nor avoiding our destination. We spoke little, conserving energy and attention for what might await us. I found myself cataloging every detail of the surrounding environment. The precise quality of sunlight filtering through leaves, the specific calls of birds overhead, the exact feel of the breeze against my skin. It was as though by anchoring myself firmly in observable reality, I could better identify any deviation from it. We reached the clearing shortly before noon. It appeared exactly as I remembered. The flat boulder positioned to offer views of both ocean and forest, the open expanse of grass, the perimeter of trees swaying slightly in the coastal breeze. Nothing about the space suggested it had been the site of an encounter with something beyond conventional understanding. "Here we are," Andre said unnecessarily, dropping his pack beside the boulder. I set down my own backpack and began removing our equipment. We positioned cameras on small tripods at the north and south edges of the clearing, angled upward to capture maximum sky coverage. The weather station went on top of the boulder, its digital display already registering temperature, 68 degrees, wind speed, 3 km/h from the west, and barometric pressure, 30.12 nhg. The audio recorder I placed on a flat stone near the center of the clearing. With our instruments in place, we settled onto the boulder to wait. Andre checked his watch. "It happened around noon last time," he said. "If it follows any pattern at all." "We don't know that it will appear again," I reminded him. "Callaway's journals suggest the occurrences are irregular." "I know, but it feels right being here now. Like something's due." I understood what he meant. There was a tension in the air, a sense of anticipation that transcended simple anxiety. Perhaps it was merely the power of suggestion, our minds primed to perceive significance in ordinary phenomena. Or perhaps it was something more, some subtle change in the environment that registered below the threshold of conscious perception. Minutes passed. The digital display on the weather station showed minimal fluctuations in conditions. Birds continued their calls in the surrounding forest. Waves crashed rhythmically against the distant shore. Everything remained stubbornly, insistently normal. At 12:37, Andre stood abruptly. "Did you hear that?" I listened intently, but detected nothing unusual. "What?" "A kind of humming, very low, almost more like feeling it than hearing it." I shook my head. "Nothing." He frowned, turning slowly in place as if trying to locate the source of the sound. "It's gone now. But it was there. Like a vibration coming through the ground." I checked the audio recorder's display, which showed no significant change in ambient sound levels. The weather station likewise registered no unusual readings. Yet Andre's expression, a mixture of confusion and growing alarm, convinced me he had perceived something real. "Keep watching the instruments," I said. "I'll check the cameras." As I moved toward the nearest camera, I became aware of a subtle change in the quality of light around us. It wasn't a dimming exactly, more a shift in the spectrum, as though the sunlight had taken on a slightly different frequency. Colors seemed less vivid, shadows more pronounced. "Andre," I began, turning back toward him. The words died in my throat. Above the clearing, the sky had begun to ripple. There's no better word for it. Like the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone, concentric waves of distortion spread across the otherwise clear blue expanse. The effect was subtle at first, barely perceptible, but rapidly intensifying. "Are you seeing this?" Andre's voice sounded distant despite his being only feet away. "Yes," I managed. "The cameras." "Check the readings," he interrupted, pointing to the weather station. The digital display showed rapid changes. Temperature dropping, now 61 degrees and falling. Wind speed increasing, 12 mm, direction shifting erratically. Barometric pressure fluctuating wildly. As I watched, the audio recorder's levels dipped sharply, indicating a sudden decrease in ambient sound. Then the birdsong stopped. The insect buzz ceased. Even the constant backdrop of waves against shore faded to nothing. The silence that descended was absolute and unnatural, a vacuum of sound that seemed to press against my eardrums. "It's happening," Andre whispered, the words barely audible even in the complete quiet. Like before, but more. The rippling in the sky intensified, the distortions converging toward a central point directly above the clearing. As they merged, the blue began to darken, not to the black of night, but to something deeper, a color that seemed to absorb light rather than merely lacking it. The wind rose suddenly, whistling through the trees at the clearing's edge and bending the grass in circular patterns around us. It carried that same metallic scent I remembered from our first encounter, but stronger now, almost caustic. "The equipment," I said, lunging toward the nearest camera. But even as I moved, a transformation occurred overhead. The rippling distortions coalesced into a defined shape. A vast disk of absolute darkness that hung suspended above the clearing. Not a shadow cast by something else, but a thing in itself. An absence given form. The disk began to rotate slowly, its edges rippling like black flames against the sky. As it turned, the temperature plummeted further. My breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. The wind intensified, now howling around us with hurricane force. Yet somehow the equipment remained undisturbed, as though the gusts were selective in what they affected. Andre stood transfixed, his face upturned toward the phenomenon, eyes wide and reflecting the impossible darkness above. "Do you see it?" he asked, voice trembling. "Really see it?" I followed his gaze more carefully, forcing myself to look beyond the obvious shape of the disk. Within its rotating blackness, patterns emerged, suggestions of structure, of geometry that seemed to fold in on itself in ways that strained comprehension. The longer I looked, the more complex these patterns became, spiraling inward toward a center that seemed impossibly distant despite being directly overhead. A pressure began to build inside my skull. Not pain exactly, but a sense of expansion, as though my consciousness was being stretched to accommodate something my brain wasn't designed to process. Equations and symbols flashed through my mind, mathematical concepts I'd never studied yet suddenly half understood. "We need to leave," I said, tearing my eyes away from the disk with immense effort. "Now." But Andre didn't move. His expression had changed from fear to something closer to wonder. "It's trying to communicate," he said softly. "Can't you feel it?" Indeed, beneath the howling wind and pressure in my head, I sensed something else, a rhythmic pulsation that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my mind. Not language as I understood it, but patterns of meaning that hovered just beyond comprehension. "Andre," I said urgently, grabbing his arm, "we've documented it. That's enough. We need to go." He resisted slightly, still gazing upward. "But don't you want to understand?" "Not like this," I insisted, pulling harder. "Remember Calloway's journal. Remember Foster." The mention of the drowned man seemed to penetrate Andre's fascination. He blinked rapidly, looking away from the disk with visible effort. "Right," he said, his voice clearing. "Right. Let's go." We abandoned the equipment, too afraid to take the time to pack it properly. As we turned to flee, The rotating disk above began to change again. Its edges blurred, extending outward like tendrils of darkness reaching across the sky. The temperature dropped further still, cold enough now that my fingers began to numb and my lungs burned with each breath. The silence gave way to a new sound, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to emanate not from the phenomenon itself, but from the air around us, from the ground beneath our feet, perhaps even from within our own bodies. The tone modulated slowly, rising and falling in a pattern that felt almost like speech. We ran. Through the trees, down the trail, stumbling over roots and rocks in our desperate flight. The darkness pursued us, not physically following but expanding outward from the clearing, casting a shadow that stretched far beyond what natural physics should allow. I dared not look back, focused only on the path ahead and the sound of Andre's footsteps beside me. The cold receded gradually the further we got from the clearing, the unnatural silence giving way to normal forest sounds. When we finally stopped, perhaps a mile from where we had started, the sky above was blue again, unblemished by rippling distortions or impossible geometries. The equipment, Andre gasped between heaving breaths. We left everything. We'll have to go back for it, I said. But not now. Not today. He nodded, leaning against a tree for support. What was that thing? Did you feel it trying to reach into your mind? Yes, I admitted. And for a moment you seemed almost ready to let it. Andre's expression darkened. It felt like it was offering knowledge, understanding, like if I just listened a little longer, everything would make sense. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the lingering cold. That's how it happens, I said. That's what happened to Foster, I think. He listened too long. We made our way back to the trailhead in silence, each absorbed in private thoughts about what we had witnessed and what it might mean. The phenomenon had been more than a shadow this time, more than a passing anomaly. It had revealed itself more fully, had attempted some form of contact or communication, and it had almost succeeded. As we reached Andre's truck, a new and troubling thought occurred to me. If the entity, for I could no longer think of it as merely a phenomenon, had been trying to communicate, what was it trying to say? And more importantly, why had it chosen that particular location, that particular moment, those particular observers? The questions followed me into the truck and along the highway toward home, multiplying and expanding just as the darkness had expanded above the clearing. I had sought understanding and now found myself burdened with mysteries far greater than the one I had set out to solve. 3 days after our second encounter on the Lost Coast Trail, Andre called me at 2 a.m. I answered immediately, already awake. Sleep had become elusive, my nights fragmented by recurring dreams of rotating darkness and mathematical patterns beyond my comprehension. We have to go back, he said without preamble. His voice sounded strange, tight and breathless, as though he was exerting great effort simply to speak. The equipment. We need to see what it recorded. In the morning, I replied, alarmed by his urgency. We can drive up at first light. No. Now. I've already started driving. I'm about 30 minutes from your place. A warning prickle ran along my spine. Andre, this doesn't sound like you. What's going on? A long pause followed. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to a near whisper. I can still hear it. The humming. The pattern. It's been getting louder since we left. I thought it would fade, but it's doing the opposite. You need to pull over, I said firmly. We can talk about this face to face. Don't go back to that clearing alone. Another pause, longer this time. I could hear his breathing, rapid and shallow. You're right, he said finally. I'll come to you first, but we need to go back today. I've figured something out about what it wants. What wants? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The visitor, he said, using a term neither of us had employed before. The thing in the sky. I understand now, at least partly. It showed me. Fear coiled in my stomach. Showed you what? It's been here before, many times, long before Calloway saw it. There are records going back centuries if you know where to look. His words tumbled out faster now. Native petroglyphs showing a black sun, Spanish missionary accounts of El Disco Negro, Gold Rush diaries mentioning a hole in the heavens, all along the Northern California coast, all describing the same thing. Where did you find these accounts? I asked, already reaching for clothes, preparing to meet him. That's not important. What matters is what the visitor does, why it appears. His voice dropped again. It takes people sometimes. Not their bodies, their minds, their consciousness. It collects them, like specimens. Andre, you're scaring me. The equipment recorded it all. He continued as though I hadn't spoken. The cameras, the audio, but especially the weather station. The readings follow a pattern, a mathematical sequence. It's communication. Complex but decipherable. How do you know this if we left the equipment there? The question was gentle but direct. A long silence followed. When Andre spoke again, his voice had changed. Flatter, more controlled. You're right. We need to retrieve the equipment first. I'll be at your place in 20 minutes. The call ended. I stood in the dark of my apartment, phone still in hand, a deep unease settling over me. Whatever had happened in that clearing, whatever we had encountered, it had affected Andre in ways I was only beginning to understand. The visitor, as he had called it, had established some kind of connection with him, a connection that apparently persisted and was growing stronger. I dressed quickly, then made a decision. Opening my laptop, I composed a detailed email describing everything that had happened since our first hike on the Lost Coast Trail. I attached photos of Calloway's journal entries, my notes from our research, and coordinates for the clearing. After hesitating briefly, I addressed the email to myself with a delayed send of 24 hours. If something happened to us on this return trip, at least some record would remain. Andre arrived precisely when he said he would. His appearance shocked me, eyes bloodshot and sunken, face pale and drawn, hands trembling slightly as they gripped the steering wheel. He looked as though he hadn't slept in days. "Are you okay to drive?" I asked as I climbed into the passenger seat. "Fine," he said curtly. "We need to hurry. Dawn in 3 hours." As we drove through the night, Andre alternated between tense silence and bursts of fragmented explanation about what he believed the visitor to be. His theories ranged from the pseudo-scientific, an interdimensional entity capable of manipulating space-time, to the mythological, a manifestation of what ancient cultures might have interpreted as a god. "It exists primarily in dimensions we can't perceive," he said at one point, eyes fixed on the dark highway ahead. "What we see is just a projection, like a three-dimensional shadow cast by a four-dimensional object." "How do you know this?" I asked carefully. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. "It showed me. In dreams at first. Then, more directly." "You've seen it again? Since the clearing?" He nodded once, a sharp downward jerk of his chin. "Last night, in my living room. Just for a few seconds, a rippling in the air, a patch of darkness that didn't belong. And the humming, always the humming." I struggled to formulate a response that wouldn't further agitate him. "Andre, have you considered that what you're experiencing might be some kind of after effect, a psychological response to trauma?" His laugh was harsh and brittle. "That's what I thought at first, that I was losing my mind. But then I found the accounts. So many accounts, across centuries, all describing the same entity, the same effects. And they all center on that coastline, on places where the boundary between here and elsewhere is thinner." We fell silent again. The night landscape rushed past outside the windows, occasional headlights from oncoming cars briefly illuminating Andre's haggard face. I noticed he kept checking the rearview mirror, his eyes flicking upward with increasing frequency as we approached the coast. "What are you looking for?" I asked finally. "It follows sometimes," he said softly. Traveling just above and behind. Out of sight unless you know exactly where to look. I resisted the urge to turn and check for myself. We reached the trailhead parking lot just as the eastern sky began to lighten with pre-dawn gray. The lot was empty this time. No other vehicles present. Andre grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment, and we set out along the trail without speaking, our path illuminated by the narrow beam and the gradually strengthening natural light. The forest around us seemed more ominous than before, the familiar shapes of trees and underbrush transformed by shadows and our own apprehension. Every sound, the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, caused me to start. Andre moved with single-minded purpose, setting a pace almost too quick to maintain on the uneven terrain. As we approached the clearing, the quality of light began to change in a way that sent a jolt of recognition through me. Not a dimming, but a shift in spectrum. Colors less vivid, shadows more pronounced. The same subtle alteration we had observed before the visitor appeared. "Andre," I said, grabbing his arm. "It's happening again. We should go back." He shook off my hand. "That's why we're here, to understand. You're not thinking clearly. Whatever this thing is, it's affecting you." He turned to face me fully, his expression a mixture of impatience and something like pity. "You still don't see, do you? It's not just affecting me, it's revealing itself to me. Choosing me. For what? To witness. To understand. To translate." He gestured toward the trail ahead. "Our equipment is just beyond those trees. The data it recorded will prove everything I've been telling you." Reluctantly, I followed him the remaining distance to the clearing. The light continued to shift, taking on an increasingly artificial quality, as though we were moving through a subtly distorted photograph of a forest, rather than the forest itself. The clearing appeared before us, eerily unchanged from our previous visits. Our abandoned equipment remained in place, cameras still on their tripods, weather station on the boulder, audio recorder on its stone. Everything looked untouched, despite having been exposed to the elements for 3 days. Andre moved immediately to the weather station, examining its display with intense focus. "The data's still here," he said, his voice rising with excitement. "It kept recording after we left. Look at these patterns." I approached cautiously, peering at the small screen. It showed a series of graphs and numerical values that meant little to me. Temperature fluctuations, pressure readings, wind velocities recorded over time. "I don't see a pattern," I admitted. "You're not looking properly," Andre insisted. "The fluctuations aren't random. They follow a mathematical progression, a language, if you know how to read it." As he spoke, I became aware of a sound just at the threshold of hearing, a low, resonant humming that seemed to emanate from multiple directions simultaneously. The sky above the clearing remained blue, but the quality of light continued to change, becoming increasingly diffuse and directionless. "We need to collect the equipment and leave," I said firmly. "Whatever data it recorded, we can analyze it somewhere safe." Andre ignored me, moving to check the cameras. "The memory cards are full," he reported. "Hours of footage." The humming grew slightly louder, now accompanied by a subtle vibration in the ground beneath my feet. Birds that had been calling in the surrounding forest fell silent. A cold breeze stirred the grass around us, carrying that now familiar metallic scent. "Andre," I said urgently, "it's coming again. We need to go now." He straightened, turning to face me with an expression of calm resignation. "I know. That's why we're here." Before I could respond, the air above the clearing began to ripple. The distortions spread rapidly, converging toward a central point as they had before. The humming intensified, resolving into a complex pattern that seemed to resonate directly in my bones. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Andre's arm and pulling him toward the trail. He resisted, planting his feet firmly. "No, I need to stay. I need to understand the message." There is no message, I insisted, desperation rising. Whatever this thing is, it's dangerous. Remember Foster. Remember how you've been since we last saw it. Andre's eyes fixed on the rippling sky. Foster understood. He went willingly. Not to death, to knowledge. The distortions coalesced into the now familiar disk of absolute darkness, rotating slowly above the clearing. The temperature plummeted. The wind rose to a howl. And in the center of the disk, something new appeared. A vortex of deeper blackness, spiraling inward toward a point that seemed simultaneously infinitely distant and directly overhead. Look, Andre whispered, pointing upward. It's opening, showing us the way. I looked despite myself, and for a moment, just a moment, I thought I glimpsed something beyond the vortex. Not stars or sky or any familiar celestial body, but a landscape of impossible geometry, structures that folded through dimensions I couldn't comprehend, entities that moved with purpose through spaces that shouldn't exist. A pressure built inside my skull, expanding with every second I stared into the vortex. Equations and symbols flashed through my mind as before, but clearer now, closer to understanding. The patterns were resolving into meaning, the chaos organizing itself into a kind of language that bypassed conventional thought. With immense effort, I tore my gaze away, focusing instead on Andre. His face was upturned, eyes wide and reflecting the swirling darkness above. A thin trickle of blood ran from his nose, but he seemed unaware of it. His lips moved silently, as though reciting something only he could hear. "Andre," I shouted, but my voice seemed to disappear into the howling wind. I grabbed his shoulders, physically turning him away from the vortex. "We have to leave." For a moment he resisted, body rigid and unresponsive. Then his eyes focused on mine, and I saw recognition flicker there, followed by fear. "Help me," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's in my head. It wants me to go to it." I gripped his arm and pulled him toward the trail with all my strength. This time he came, stumbling like a sleepwalker abruptly awakened. Behind us, the humming shifted in pitch, taking on a quality that somehow conveyed displeasure or frustration. We had reached the edge of the clearing when Andre suddenly stiffened and turned back. "The equipment," he said. "We can't leave it again. The proof." "Leave it," I shouted, pulling harder. Something in my tone must have reached him because he nodded once and continued moving. We pushed into the forest, the trail barely visible in the distorted light. Above us, through gaps in the canopy, I could see the darkness spreading, the vortex expanding as though reaching out to follow our retreat. The cold pursued us, along with that resonant humming that now seemed to contain distinct tones. A communication becoming more insistent, more demanding. Andre moved with increasing difficulty, each step appearing to require immense effort, as though he was fighting not just the entity's mental pull, but some physical resistance as well. "Don't listen to it," I urged him. "Focus on me, on my voice, one step at a time." We had covered perhaps half a mile when Andre collapsed, falling to his knees on the trail. His eyes rolled back, showing whites, and his body began to convulse. "Andre!" I knelt beside him, unsure whether to restrain him or not. "Andre, stay with me." The convulsions stopped as suddenly as they had begun. His eyes opened, focusing on something beyond me, beyond the forest canopy overhead. "I understand now," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. "What it wants. What it's always wanted." "What?" I asked, desperate to keep him engaged, to prevent him from slipping back into whatever trance had claimed him. "Witnesses," he said simply. "Conscious observers. It needs them to fully manifest in our reality." "Why? What is it?" Andre's eyes found mine, clear and lucid despite everything. "Something old. Something that exists primarily in dimensions adjacent to ours. It can't fully enter our reality without being observed, without consciousness, to collapse its wave function, to make it real. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Quantum mechanics on a macro scale. The observer effect writ large. I didn't understand, not fully, but the terror in my chest expanded nonetheless. And what happens to the observers, to people like Foster? They become part of it, their consciousness absorbed, integrated. His expression turned distant again. Not death. Transformation. The humming grew louder around us, the air beginning to ripple even here, beneath the forest canopy. The cold intensified, my breath fogging in the rapidly chilling air. "It's coming," Andre whispered. "You should run. Get as far away as possible." "Not without you," I insisted, pulling him to his feet with desperate strength. He stood unsteadily, leaning heavily against me. "I don't know if I can fight it much longer. The pull is too strong." "You can," I said firmly. "One step at a time. Focus on the physical, the ground under your feet, my hand on your arm. Stay anchored in this reality." We moved forward again, each step a battle against both the uneven terrain and the invisible force that seemed intent on drawing Andre back toward the clearing. The rippling in the air followed us, tendrils of distortion reaching through the trees like searching fingers. Time became difficult to track. It might have been minutes or hours that we struggled along the trail, the entity's presence pursuing us like a predator reluctant to abandon its chosen prey. The humming continued, now interspersed with what sounded almost like words, incomprehensible, yet somehow familiar, as though in another moment I might understand them. Finally, mercifully, we reached the trailhead. Andre's truck sat where we had left it, solid and ordinary, an anchor to the conventional world. I helped him into the passenger seat, then rushed around to the driver's side, grabbing the keys from his unresisting hand. As I started the engine, I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The trail behind us appeared normal. Trees and underbrush lit by morning sunlight. No sign of rippling air or spreading darkness. Yet a sense of watchful presence remained. A feeling of being observed by something vast and patient. We drove in silence for several miles, the forest giving way to coastal grasslands, and eventually to the familiar landscape of highways and human habitation. With each mile, Andre seemed to recover slightly, his breathing becoming more regular, his posture less rigid. "It's fading," he said finally. "The pull, the connection. I can feel it getting weaker." Relief flooded through me. "Good. That's good." He turned to look at me, his expression troubled. "But it's not gone completely, and I don't think it ever will be." He pressed his fingers to his temples. "It's like a splinter in my mind, a channel that's been opened and can't be fully closed. We'll figure it out," I promised, though I had no idea how. "Whatever this is, we'll face it together." Andre nodded, but the gesture lacked conviction. "It will come again," he said quietly. "Not just to that clearing, but to other places. Other times. It's been doing this for centuries, maybe longer. Finding witnesses, creating connections, preparing." "Preparing for what?" He shook his head slowly. "I don't know. Not completely. But I saw glimpses. A convergence. A thinning of boundaries between here and elsewhere. Something coming through more fully than before." We fell silent again, each absorbed in our own thoughts as the miles passed. The ordinary world continued around us, traffic lights changing, people going about their morning routines, reality proceeding according to familiar laws of physics. Yet I knew now that this normalcy was only a thin veneer, a comfortable illusion maintained by our limited perception. Something existed beyond or adjacent to our reality. Something ancient and intelligent. Something that had taken an interest in humanity for reasons we couldn't fully comprehend. And it had touched us, had left its mark on Andre in ways that might never fully heal. As we approached the outskirts of town, Andre spoke again, his voice quiet but steadier than before. "We need to warn people," he said, "about the Lost Coast, about the clearing." I nodded slowly. "But who would believe us? What proof do we have?" "None," he admitted. "We left the equipment behind, and even if we hadn't, I'm not sure any conventional recording device could fully capture what we experienced." "Then what do we do?" Andre was silent for a long moment. "We document everything. Every detail we can remember. Every sensation, every observation. And we watch for signs. For reports of similar phenomena in other locations. For people describing experiences like ours. And then? Then we try to understand, not just what the entity is, but what it wants. Why it chooses certain people, certain places." His expression darkened. "And we stay away from the Lost Coast, from any place where the boundary seems thin." I agreed, though a part of me doubted whether such avoidance was truly possible. If the entity had chosen Andre, had established some kind of connection with him, could distance alone sever that link? We reached my apartment building in the early afternoon. Andre declined my invitation to come inside, saying he needed time alone to process everything, to sort through what was implanted and what was real. I watched his truck pull away with a sense of foreboding, wondering if he would ever fully return from that clearing, if something essential had been irretrievably altered. That night, I began writing this account. Every detail I could recall, every sensation and observation from our encounters with what Andre had called the visitor. I don't know if anyone will ever read these words, or if they would believe them if they did. But the act of documentation itself feels like a small rebellion against the unknown, a way of asserting human consciousness and comprehension in the face of something that defies both. Andre and I still meet occasionally, though our conversations carefully avoid direct mention of what happened. Sometimes I catch him staring at the sky, or tilting his head as though listening to something I cannot hear. In those moments, I know the connection remains, weakened perhaps, but present. As for me, I found myself unable to look at the night sky without wondering what lies beyond or between the stars we can see. I avoid open spaces on clear days, flinching at passing shadows and sudden changes in temperature. And sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I hear a faint humming, a complex pattern of tones that seems just on the verge of resolving into meaning. I tell myself it's memory, not reality, that the entity, whatever it was, remains confined to that distant clearing on the Lost Coast. But deep down, I know this is wishful thinking. Whatever we encountered exists and continues to exist, with or without our observation. And somewhere, somehow, it is watching, waiting, preparing. For what? I fear we may one day discover. I've always loved the desert. Not in the way tourists love it, snapping selfies under arches or posing next to dusty trail signs. I mean the real desert, the stretches that look untouched, where you can drive for hours without seeing another car. The kind of land that makes you feel like you've slipped out of time. That's why I said yes when Eric pitched the trip. Our annual camping tradition, 4 of us, me, Eric, Marcus, and Caleb. We'd been doing this since our sophomore year at University of Colorado, a full decade ago now. Each year followed the same comfortable pattern. Pick a remote spot, drop off the grid for a few days, drink some whiskey, talk about our increasingly corporate lives, and maybe do some stargazing if the weather cooperated. It was predictable, comforting, a reminder that underneath our pressed shirts and professional facades, we were still the same guys who once stayed up until dawn, arguing about philosophy and music. This year, though, Eric wanted something different. "I found a place," he said during our planning call, his voice carrying that edge of excitement I recognized from our wilder college days. "Not a park, not a campsite, just a place. Where? I asked, already imagining the standard desert vistas and red rock formations. Somewhere out past the Navajo Nation in southern Utah. Real off-grid, he said. A guide I met in Moab told me about it. Said there's this basin tucked between two ridges, totally secluded. No trails, no campsites, no people. I remember asking how we were supposed to get there if there weren't any trails. He just grinned through the video call and said, "That's the point, David." I should have said no. I wish to God I had. We met up in Salt Lake City on a Thursday morning in May 2025. The plan seemed simple. Grab supplies, make the 5-hour drive south, and set up camp before dark. Eric arrived first in his modified Jeep Wrangler, followed by Caleb in his hybrid sedan. Marcus flew in from Chicago, landing just after 9 a.m. "You realize you're the only one who dressed for this," I told Marcus when I saw him at the baggage claim, wearing proper hiking boots and moisture-wicking clothes. The rest of us looked like weekend warriors in our jeans and flannel shirts. "Some of us actually research before we go into the wilderness," he replied with that half-smile that had become his trademark since taking the professor position at Northwestern. We loaded supplies at a specialty outdoor store. Extra water jugs, freeze-dried meals, first aid kits, and enough beer to make the evening conversations flow easier. The cashier, a weathered man with sun-creased skin, asked where we were headed. "South," Eric said vaguely. "Off the beaten path." The man nodded, examining our purchases. "Storm system might move in Sunday. You boys have a satellite phone?" Eric patted his backpack. "All set." The drive was uneventful at first. Miles of highway cutting through vast emptiness, then smaller roads winding through red rock cliffs and sagebrush. We passed fewer and fewer signs of civilization the deeper we went. Gas stations became rare. Towns, nothing more than clusters of buildings huddled against the vastness. By the time we turned off onto the dirt road Eric had marked on his paper map, my phone had already lost service. "Feels like we're driving off the edge of the earth," Caleb said, peering out the window at the empty landscape. Nobody laughed. The joke fell flat against the immensity of the desert stretching around us. The dirt road gradually deteriorated into something more like a dry wash. It twisted between massive rocks and dipped into shallow gullies. Eric's Jeep handled it, but barely. Dust billowed behind us, sticking to our skin and coating our teeth with grit. The sun was beginning its descent when we finally pulled into the basin. And I swear, the second we stepped out of the car, it got quiet. Not peaceful quiet, not nighttime quiet. It was wrong. Like the whole place was holding itself still. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just this heavy, pressing silence that seemed to watch us. Still, the location was undeniably spectacular. Red cliffs rising on all sides created a natural amphitheater. Scattered boulders dotted the landscape and a wide, flat stretch of land perfect for tents spread before us. It felt untouched. Sacred, almost. Eric was practically glowing with satisfaction. "Told you," he said, tossing his pack to the ground. "This place is perfect." I wanted to agree, but something in my gut tightened when I looked up at those towering cliffs. They felt too close, like walls, like we were being observed. We set up camp efficiently. 2 tents, a circle of stones for the fire, and a cooking area off to the side. We didn't bother checking cell phones. No point. Caleb pulled out a Bluetooth speaker and played some classic rock while Marcus prepared dinner. Freeze-dried stroganoff rehydrated over the camp stove. As the sun dipped behind the western cliffs, the shadows stretched long and fast across the basin floor. 1 minute it was daylight, the next, dusk enveloped us. That strange silence never left. Even the music sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound waves. Still, the fire helped dispel the unease. We drank bourbon from metal cups, told stories from the past year. Eric described the corporate merger that had consumed his life for 6 months. Caleb complained about dating apps and the superficiality of modern relationships. Marcus mostly listened, occasionally flipping through a battered paperback on indigenous architecture. Remember when Wilson tried to convince that girl he was an undercover FBI agent? Caleb laughed, referencing a particularly embarrassing college memory. And she asked to see his badge, Eric added, almost spitting out his drink. Then reported him to campus security for impersonating a federal officer, I finished, the memory pulling a genuine laugh from all of us. It was just like old times. Until it wasn't. It started around midnight. The music had long since died, battery depleted. The fire was low, just flickering coals casting an orange glow over our tired faces. Marcus had already retreated to his sleeping bag. Eric and Caleb were still up, quietly discussing some cryptocurrency investment or another. I wasn't really listening, lost in my own thoughts, staring at the vast field of stars above. And then we heard it. A howl. Not close, but not far either. Somewhere beyond the ridge. It echoed off the rocks, long and low and strange. We all froze. "Coyote," Eric said after a beat. "Normal out here." But Caleb was already grinning, the alcohol emboldening him. "Want to hear a real one?" He cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a high-pitched howl that bounced off the canyon walls, echoing into the darkness. We waited, half expecting nothing. Then something answered. Only, it wasn't a coyote. It was deeper, wet, drawn out in this garbled, half-snarling growl that started low and ended in something that sounded disturbingly like laughter. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't right. Eric's face went slack. Caleb stopped smiling. "Okay," he said slowly. "That was unusual." We all stared out at the dark line of distant junipers beyond the fire's reach. No more howls came. No wind stirred. Just the fire crackling and the distant hiss of ash. Marcus sat up in his sleeping bag, groggy but alarmed. "What was that?" Eric stood, hand drifting toward the hunting knife on his belt. "We should call it a night." Nobody argued. I lay awake for hours in the tent, staring at the nylon ceiling. Every sound amplified in my mind. The fabric rustling in the faintest breeze, a rock settling nearby, even Caleb's soft snoring from the other side of the tent. I kept thinking about that howl, the way it sounded like something trying to mimic a coyote but not quite understanding how. I finally drifted off sometime before dawn, exhaustion overcoming vigilance. And I swear, just before sleep claimed me, I heard something walking slowly past my tent. The sound of bare feet dragging through sand. I convinced myself it was just the threshold of a dream. I'm still not sure if I believe that. I don't think any of us mentioned the howl that next morning. We sat around the extinguished fire pit, drinking instant coffee with shaky hands and avoiding each other's eyes. The air felt heavier somehow, like it had thickened overnight. I kept replaying the sound in my head. That awful, stretched-out imitation of Caleb's call. It had sounded too wet, like something dragging its breath through a damaged throat. We all tried to pretend it was nothing. Just a coyote or a mountain lion, or our collective imagination heightened by isolation. But then Marcus stood up and quietly said, "We need to check that structure." "What structure?" I asked. He pointed to the northeastern ridge. "I saw something yesterday when we were setting up, some kind of building or ruin." He hesitated. "It might explain the acoustics of that sound we heard." Nobody argued. We set out mid-morning, following the ridge. The air remained unnaturally still, not even a breeze moving through the scattered juniper and sage. The sun felt weak, as if something was filtering its intensity. It took us about an hour to reach it. The structure was tucked in the shadow of two massive boulders. Not a cabin, not a shack. It was older, round, half sunken into the ground, built with crumbling mud and wooden beams. "A hogan," Eric said quietly. "It's Navajo." There was no door, just a wide, dark opening leading down into a slanting interior. I didn't want to go in. None of us did. But Eric stepped inside first, ducking low. Caleb followed. Then Marcus. I stood outside for a second longer, staring into the opening like it might inhale. Then I descended the worn steps. The inside smelled of dry rot and something else. Something old and decayed. Bones littered the ground. Small ones, mostly. Rabbits. Birds. But a few were longer, thinner, with sockets at the ends that didn't look quite right. There was no furniture, just packed earth. Rotted wood beams overhead. And in the center of the floor, something arranged with unmistakable deliberation. A bundle. It was made of interwoven twigs, wrapped tightly with a length of frayed red string. Feathers, hawk or eagle perhaps, jutted out in all directions, and at the center was a clump of black hair, knotted and twisted into the wood. We stood around it in a circle, not speaking. I don't know how long we were there before Caleb broke the silence. "This is some Blair Witch-looking crap," he said, laughing nervously. "Maybe it's like a good luck charm?" Eric didn't laugh. "It's not a charm," he said gravely. "It's a ward." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "A what?" "A protective binding," Eric replied, "to keep something out, or to keep something in." Then Caleb crouched down and plucked one of the feathers from the bundle. "Souvenir," he grinned, twirling it between his fingers. "No." Eric stepped forward, tension visible in his shoulders. "Put that back." Caleb waved him off. "Relax, it's just a feather." He shoved it into the side pocket of his pack. The moment he did, the room felt colder, like the air had dropped 10 degrees in seconds. I wanted to say something, to stop him, but I didn't. None of us did. We left the Hogan in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. But as we walked back to camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. I kept turning, expecting to see someone, or something, watching from behind the rocks and sparse trees. There was never anything there, just the endless red desert and the too quiet air. That night, everything fell apart. We built the fire bigger than usual. No one said it out loud, but we were scared. We positioned ourselves in a tight circle, backs facing outward, eyes scanning the black gaps between the boulders and junipers that surrounded our camp. I kept my knife close. Eric had his handgun resting on his lap, a precaution he'd never before felt necessary on our trips. Marcus hadn't said much since the Hogan. He kept looking over his shoulder, tense and alert. Around 1:30 a.m., I started hearing it. Whispers. Not loud, not even clear, but definitely voices. Faint and fast, circling around us like invisible spectators discussing a museum exhibit. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, hearing the wind and filling in the blanks with my fear. But Caleb looked at me across the fire, eyes wide with recognition. "You hear that?" he mouthed silently. I nodded. Eric stood slowly, flashlight sweeping the darkness. The beam danced across rocks and brush, casting long, twitching shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. Nothing visible, nothing tangible. Then we all smelled it. Rotting meat, like roadkill left in the summer sun, mixed with something metallic. Blood, perhaps, or copper. Then came the sound I'll never forget. Breathing. Slow. Heavy. Wet. Just beyond the fire's reach. Eric stepped toward the edge of our circle and aimed his flashlight into the void. And we saw it. It was standing about 20 feet away. Tall. Emaciated. Human-shaped, but all wrong. Its arms were too long, ending in fingers that resembled broken twigs. Its skin was mottled, like leather stretched over bone and left in the sun. And its face looked like mine. Almost, but warped. Like someone had made a mask of my face out of wax and let it melt. One eye was too high. The mouth was too wide, stretched in a grin that split the face unnaturally. The skin didn't move right when it breathed. It smiled at me. Then it spoke. David. It said my name. With my voice. But strangled, as if it had swallowed the sound and was forcing it back out through damaged vocal cords. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Eric raised his gun and fired. The shot echoed through the canyon like thunder. The thing didn't run. It just collapsed. Like a puppet with its strings cut. It hit the ground hard. Too hard, its body twisting as if it had no skeleton. Then it scurried backward, still twisted, impossibly fast, into the darkness. We couldn't see where it went. We didn't wait to find out. We didn't pack. We grabbed what we could reach and ran. Flashlights bobbing wildly, we hiked the trail back to the Jeep with only headlamps and adrenaline lighting the way. The whole time I could hear it somewhere in the darkness, keeping pace. Sometimes on two legs, sometimes not. It never attacked. It just followed. Like it was waiting for something. We made it to the car around dawn. Eric didn't even wait for everyone to buckle in before tearing down the dirt road, the Jeep bouncing violently over rocks and washouts. Nobody said a word for the first hour. Just heavy breathing and the sound of tires crunching over desert terrain. When we finally reached pavement, the relief was almost physical, like a weight lifting. Back in Salt Lake, Marcus booked a flight and was gone before noon. Caleb said he needed a shower and some sleep. He didn't answer when I texted him later that night. Eric wouldn't stop pacing in my hotel room. It had your face, he kept saying, disbelief and horror mixing in his voice. David, it had your goddamn face. As for me, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that twisted version of myself standing in the darkness, smiling with a mouth that was all wrong. The thing is, I don't think we left it behind. Because that night, I saw it again. Standing at the end of the alley behind my hotel. Same twisted face, same unnatural smile, same voice, whispering my name from a distance that should have made it inaudible. I didn't even pack properly. I just grabbed the feather from Caleb's abandoned backpack, threw a change of clothes into my duffel, and got in my car. I drove straight through the night. Didn't stop. Didn't eat. Didn't even turn on the radio. Just me, the road, and that thing in my mind whispering my name like it had claimed ownership. Every time I blinked, I saw its face again. That half-melted version of me. Too wide. Too still. Too hungry. By the time the sun rose, I was already deep into southern Utah. The red dust started appearing on the edges of the road like dried bloodstains. The closer I got to the basin, the worse it felt. The wind disappeared. Birds vanished from the sky. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for me to return. And the worst part? I knew I had to. I reached the edge of the canyon just before noon. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. The same cracked dirt road, the same imposing cliffs, the same wide bowl of red stone and dust. Even the Jeep's tire marks remained faintly visible, as if time hadn't moved since our escape. I parked and stepped out. The instant my boots touched the ground, the silence enveloped me like a physical presence. It was the kind of quiet that feels alive, like it's listening to your every movement. I retraced our path through the dry wash, past the towering boulders, over the ridge. My chest constricted with each step. My fingers grew numb from clenching my fists. I kept telling myself to turn around, but something stronger than fear propelled me forward. I found the Hogan exactly where we'd left it, half collapsed, covered in dust, seeming to have aged decades in days. The doorway looked darker than it should have, like a mouth waiting to consume what entered. I didn't go inside this time. I didn't need to. From the entrance, I could see that the center of the structure was disturbed. The earth dug up where the bundle had once been. The ward we'd broken. That's where I buried it. The feather Caleb had taken. The one that had mysteriously appeared on my hotel room door the night before, wrapped in red string identical to the bundle's binding, with several strands of my own hair woven into it. I knelt, hands trembling, and dug into the dry earth with my fingers. The ground was warm, too warm, like something beneath was generating heat. I pushed the feather deep into the disturbed soil, then flattened the earth, patting it smooth. I didn't say a prayer. I didn't know how. So I just whispered, "I'm sorry," to whatever might be listening. And then I stood. And then I heard it. The crunch of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. I turned and it was there, me standing 10 feet away, or something wearing me like an ill-fitting costume. Same face, same eyes, but fundamentally wrong. Its head tilted too far to one side, as if the neck couldn't support its weight. Its smile stretched wider than humanly possible, revealing too many teeth. Its arms hung at its sides, fingers nearly touching the ground. And the skin, it wasn't real skin. It looked like paper drawn over bone. Tight, translucent, thin enough to tear. I couldn't breathe, couldn't run, couldn't scream. It took one step closer, then spoke. "Why did you leave me?" Its voice sounded like mine, but drowned, as if bubbling up from water-filled lungs. Slow, wet, familiar yet foreign. It stepped again. "You left us in the dark." Then the thing shivered, and its face melted. Right before my eyes, like wax over flame, it sloughed off. The eyes drooped, the mouth sagged, skin peeled away in long strips, and beneath it was Marcus's face. Then Caleb's, then Eric's, then mine again. With each shift, bones cracked audibly. Shoulders popped, its body bent backward at an impossible angle, then snapped upright as if made of hinges and raw flesh. The faces, each one, were wrong. Too wide, too pale, too empty. "Do you remember?" it said, switching to Marcus's voice. It stepped closer. "You ran," said Caleb's voice from its mouth. "You always run," said Eric's. Then it wore my voice again. "You brought it home." I stumbled backward. The wind suddenly kicked up, full of dust and heat and ash. Then I saw movement in my peripheral vision, shadows crawling up the canyon walls. Dozens of them, human-shaped but broken. Some on two legs, some crawling. One dragging its sideways head across the dirt. All with my face, all watching, all smiling. I dropped to my knees and clutched the earth with both hands, as if trying to anchor myself to reality. I could feel the ground vibrating. The buried feather seemed to pulse beneath the soil like a heartbeat. "Please," I whispered, "take it back. We didn't know. We didn't mean to." The wind stopped abruptly. The shadows vanished. The creature before me tilted its head at an angle that would snap a human neck. It stepped closer until its face was inches from mine. Its breath smelled of decay and scorched hair. Then it leaned in, its mouth beside my ear, and whispered something in a language I didn't understand. The words were guttural, wet, ancient, and they physically hurt to hear. I felt warm blood drip from my nose. Then nothing. I woke up alone, flat on my back, the sky above perfectly clear. The Hogan was gone. No beams, no bones, just a circle of scorched earth and ash. The air smelled of sage and copper and smoke. The feather was gone. I stood slowly, every muscle screaming in protest. My ears rang with a high-pitched whine. There was no sign of the creature, but I could feel its absence. Like something had retreated just beneath the surface of the world, waiting. I didn't look back as I walked to my car. I made it home by sunset the next day. The drive back was uneventful. No shadows, no whispers, just the endless road stretching before me. That was 3 weeks ago, and I think it worked. The scratching sounds outside my apartment have stopped. The whispers no longer filter through my vents at night. No more footsteps, no more glimpses of my own distorted face watching from across the street. I sleep now. Not well, but better. Most nights, I called Eric yesterday. He sounded better too. Said he'd started seeing a therapist claiming PTSD from a camping accident. Not too far from the truth. He asked if I'd heard from Caleb or Marcus. I hadn't. Neither had he. Then this morning, I received something in the mail. A small envelope. No return address. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It showed Caleb standing on a cliff I didn't recognize. His body looked wrong. Slack, as if his muscles had given up. His head was twisted at an angle that shouldn't be physically possible without breaking his neck. And behind him, just out of focus, was a figure. Tall, bent, grinning, holding something that reflected the camera flash. A mirror. I burned the photo immediately. Didn't tell anyone. Didn't even open my blinds today. But tonight, as I'm writing this, I swear I just heard it again. Not the voice, not the scratching. Just breathing. Close, heavy, familiar. Like something just outside the walls, smiling with a face it borrowed. And I know with absolute certainty that it's not finished with us yet. October 30th, 2011, Devil's Night. The air carried that particular autumn chill that seemed to seep through your jacket and settle in your bones. I was 19 then, young and stupid enough to think that abandoned buildings held secrets worth risking arrest for. My boyfriend Kevin and his childhood friend Garrett had picked me up around 9 p.m., the three of us restless with that peculiar energy that comes with being young and having nowhere to be on a night when mischief feels like destiny. We drove aimlessly through the winding back roads of rural Pennsylvania, Kevin's beat-up Honda Civic struggling up the steep hills that surrounded our small town. The radio crackled with static between stations, playing fragments of songs that seemed to cut in and out like ghostly whispers. Garrett sat in the passenger seat, constantly adjusting the frequency, trying to find something that would stick. We could hit up the old cemetery, Kevin suggested, his eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. The headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the blackness, revealing nothing but asphalt and the occasional reflective eyes of some nocturnal creature watching us from the tree line. Boring, Garrett replied, finally settling on a station playing classic rock. We've been there a dozen times. Same broken headstones, same stories. I leaned forward from the back seat, resting my arms on the back of Kevin's seat. What about that place you mentioned last week? The old hospital? Garrett turned to look at me, his face illuminated by the green glow of the dashboard. Waverly Sanitarium. That place is intense, like seriously messed up history. Perfect, I said, feeling that familiar thrill that came with the promise of something genuinely terrifying. What's the story? Kevin glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Built in the 1920s for tuberculosis patients. Back then, TB was basically a death sentence. They'd bring people there to die, essentially. Families would drop off their loved ones and never see them again. Gets worse, Garrett added, pulling out his phone to check the GPS. After they found a cure for TB, the state converted it into a mental hospital in the 50s. You know how they treated mental patients back then. Electroshock therapy, ice baths, lobotomies, the works. A knot formed in my stomach, equal parts excitement and dread. When did it close? 1982, Kevin said, taking a sharp turn that sent us deeper into the mountains. Budget cuts. They just emptied it out, left everything behind. The thought of all that suffering, all those deaths, contained within one building was both horrifying and irresistible. I had always been drawn to places where tragedy had occurred, as if I could somehow feel the echoes of past anguish in the walls themselves. It was a morbid fascination that I couldn't explain, but on Devil's Night, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. How far is it? I asked. 20 minutes, Garrett replied, typing the address into his phone. Fair warning, though. This isn't like the other places we've been. People who've been inside, they don't usually want to go back. Kevin nodded grimly. My cousin went there last Halloween with some friends. Came back white as a sheet. Wouldn't talk about what happened for weeks. What did he finally tell you? That some places are abandoned for good reason. The town of Cresson appeared suddenly, emerging from the darkness like something from a half-remembered nightmare. Most of the street lights were broken or turned off, leaving only a few flickering sentinels to mark our passage through the sleeping community. The few businesses that remained open cast sickly yellow light onto empty sidewalks. Kevin pulled into the parking lot of Murphy's Tavern, a dive bar that looked like it had been serving the same customers since the 1970s. Through the grimy windows, I could see a handful of locals nursing beers and staring at a television mounted in the corner. The kind of place where strangers were noticed and remembered. We park here, Garrett explained as Kevin turned off the engine. Walking distance to the hospital, but far enough away that if anyone sees the car, they won't immediately connect it to trespassing. The silence that followed the dying engine was absolute. No traffic, no voices, no sounds of civilization. Even the tavern seemed muted, as if the night itself was absorbing all noise. We climbed out of the car, and immediately I felt it. That overwhelming sense of wrongness that sometimes hits you in certain places. It wasn't just the typical nervousness of doing something illegal. This was deeper, more primal. Every instinct I had was telling me to get back in the car and leave. You feel that? I asked, pulling my jacket tighter around myself. Kevin nodded, checking his flashlight. Yeah. Place has a reputation for that. People say you can feel it from a mile away. Garrett had produced a second flashlight and was testing the beam. Electromagnetic interference. Old buildings, lots of metal, underground electrical systems. Creates weird sensations. His explanation sounded reasonable, scientific, but it didn't make the feeling go away. If anything, it intensified as we began walking down the dark street toward the hospital grounds. The few streetlights we passed flickered erratically, as if struggling to stay on. After 10 minutes of walking, we reached the edge of the hospital property. A chain-link fence, partially collapsed and overgrown with dead vegetation, marked the boundary. Beyond it, the massive structure of Waverly Sanitarium loomed against the star-filled sky. Even in the darkness, the building was imposing. 4 stories of dark brick and Gothic architecture, with a central tower that stretched even higher into the night. Dozens of windows, most broken, stared down at us like dead eyes. The few that still held glass reflected our flashlight beams back at us in fragmented patterns. God, I whispered, unable to keep the awe from my voice. How many people died in there? Records show about 8,000 TB patients over 30 years, Garrett said, consulting his phone again. Nobody kept accurate records of the mental hospital years, but estimates put it around 3,000 more. 11,000 deaths. 11,000 people who had come here seeking help and found only suffering and death. The weight of that number settled over me like a heavy blanket. Kevin found a gap in the fence where someone had cut the chain link years earlier. We squeezed through one by one, officially entering the hospital grounds. The moment my feet touched the property, that sense of wrongness intensified tenfold. The grounds themselves were a maze of overgrown weeds, fallen trees, and crumbling concrete walkways. Scattered throughout were smaller buildings, what looked like maintenance sheds, a power plant, and something that might have been staff housing. But our eyes were drawn inevitably to the main building. As we approached, details became visible that made my stomach clench. Graffiti covered much of the lower walls, not just typical spray paint tags, but disturbing images and words that spoke of violence and desperation. Some windows on the ground floor had been boarded up, but many of the boards had rotted away or been torn down by previous trespassers. Look at the windows on the 3rd floor, Kevin said, pointing upward. I followed his gaze and saw them. Metal bars covering every window on what must have been the psychiatric ward. Even from the ground, I could see scratch marks in the concrete around the windows, as if desperate fingers had clawed at the stone trying to escape. We circled around to the back of the building, looking for our way inside. The rear of the hospital was even more forbidding than the front. A loading dock, probably used for bringing in supplies and removing bodies, gaped open like a wound. But the doors were sealed with newer boards and heavy chains. "Here," Garrett called from beneath a ground floor window. He had found a section where the plywood covering had come loose, creating a gap just large enough for a person to squeeze through. Kevin went first, his flashlight beam disappearing into the darkness beyond the window. His voice echoed strangely as he called back to us. "It's clear. Some kind of waiting room." I went next, swinging my legs through the opening and dropping down into the unknown. My feet hit solid floor, and immediately the smell hit me. Decades of decay, mold, and something else underneath that I didn't want to identify. The air was thick and seemed to stick in my lungs. Garrett was just starting to climb through when disaster struck. The sound of Garrett hitting the floor rung was sickening. A wet pop followed by his sharp intake of breath and a curse that echoed through the empty room. Kevin immediately swung his flashlight toward him, revealing Garrett clutching his left knee, his face contorted in pain. "Damn it!" Garrett gasped, trying to put weight on the leg and immediately wincing. "Something twisted wrong when I came down." "How bad is it?" I asked, kneeling beside him while Kevin kept the light steady. "Bad enough." He tested the knee gingerly, managing to stand but clearly favoring the injured leg. "Feels like I pulled something, maybe tore a ligament." Kevin and I exchanged glances. We had just gotten inside, and already something had gone wrong. In the horror movies I loved, this would be the moment when the smart characters turned around and left. But we weren't smart characters. We were 19 years old and stupid with curiosity. "We should go back," Kevin said, though I could hear the reluctance in his voice. "No." Garrett's response was immediate and firm. "I'm not ruining this for everyone. I can walk. It just hurts. Let's at least look around a little." While they debated, I took the opportunity to examine the room we had entered. Kevin's flashlight provided limited illumination, but I could make out the basic layout. We were in what had clearly been a waiting area, probably where families said their final goodbyes to loved ones being admitted to die. The room was large, maybe 30 feet by 20, with high ceilings that disappeared into darkness above us. Chairs were stacked along the walls in haphazard piles, as if someone had tried to clean up but given up halfway through. Most were old metal folding chairs, but there were a few upholstered pieces that had been ravaged by time, moisture, and rodents. In the center of the room sat a wheelchair, an old-fashioned model with large wheels and a rigid frame. Unlike everything else in the room, it sat perfectly upright and positioned, as if someone had just gotten up from it moments before. The sight of it sent a shiver through me that had nothing to do with the cold. "That's weird," I said, pointing to the wheelchair. Kevin swung his light toward it. "What?" "Everything else is stacked up or pushed against the walls. Why is that sitting in the middle of the room like someone just parked it there?" We stared at the wheelchair for a long moment. In the shifting shadows created by our flashlight beams, it almost seemed to rock slightly as if moved by some unfelt breeze. "Wind through the windows," Kevin said, but he didn't sound convinced. "There's no wind," Garrett pointed out. He had managed to stand and was testing his mobility. "I can walk. It hurts, but I can walk. Let's keep going." Kevin led the way to what appeared to be the room's main exit, a set of double doors that hung slightly open. Beyond them stretched a corridor that seemed to extend indefinitely into the darkness. Our flashlight beams could only penetrate about 20 feet before being swallowed by the black. The hallway was wide enough for gurneys to pass each other, and the floors were covered in linoleum that had once been white but was now stained and cracked. Water damage had created abstract patterns on the walls where paint had peeled away in long strips. Every few feet, doorways opened off the main corridor. Patient rooms, offices, treatment areas. "Stay close," Kevin warned as we began to move deeper into the building. "It's easy to get turned around in here." I positioned myself between Kevin and Garrett, close enough to benefit from Kevin's flashlight while trying to help Garrett navigate in the dimmer light of my smaller light. Every step echoed strangely in the corridor. the sounds seeming to bounce off walls and return to us changed, distorted. The first few rooms we passed were empty except for debris, broken furniture, piles of rotting fabric that might have been bedding, and scattered papers. But as we progressed deeper into the hospital, we began to encounter rooms that told more disturbing stories. One room contained what looked like restraint devices, metal brackets bolted to walls, leather straps hanging from a metal bed frame, a straitjacket crumpled in one corner. The walls were covered in scratch marks, some shallow, others deep enough to have drawn blood from whoever made them. "Isolation room," Garrett said, reading from a sign beside the door. "For violent patients." "Violent or just desperate?" I murmured, running my finger along one of the deeper scratch marks. The concrete was worn smooth in places, suggesting someone had worked at it for a very long time. Another room held filing cabinets, most of them tipped over and emptied. Patient files were scattered across the floor, some water-damaged beyond reading, others intact enough to reveal fragments of human tragedy. I knelt and picked up a file at random. The name had been redacted, but I could make out enough details to paint a horrifying picture. A 16-year-old girl admitted in 1958 for hysteria and violent episodes. The treatment notes described months of electroshock therapy, forced sedation, and isolation. The final entry, dated 6 months after admission, simply read, "Patient expired during treatment. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. 16 years old. Younger than I was now." "Jesus," I whispered, then caught myself. God, she was just a kid. Kevin looked over my shoulder at the file. "They're all like that. Kids, mostly. People whose only crime was being different or inconvenient." We had been walking for maybe 20 minutes when we reached a section of the hospital that was clearly different from what we had seen so far. The corridor opened into a larger area, what might have been a nurse's station or administrative center. Desks were overturned, filing cabinets emptied, and papers scattered everywhere like fallen leaves. But unlike the other rooms, this area showed signs of deliberate destruction. Burn marks scorched the floor in several places, and piles of ash suggested that someone had tried to destroy evidence of what had happened here. "They tried to burn the records," Garrett observed, poking at one of the ash piles with his good foot. "Probably when they closed the place down." "Why would they do that?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "To hide what they did to people," Kevin replied grimly. "Some of these treatment methods, they weren't just ineffective, they were torture." I began examining the files that had survived the attempted burning. Most were water-damaged or partially charred, but enough remained readable to piece together a horrifying picture of life in Waverly Sanitarium during its years as a mental hospital. One file described hydrotherapy treatments that involved forcing patients into ice-cold baths for hours at a time. Another detailed lobotomy procedures performed on patients as young as 14. A third documented experimental drug trials that had killed 6 patients in a single month. But it was the photographs that really got to me. Tucked into the back of one file folder were a series of black and white photographs that showed the hospital during its operational years. Patients strapped to beds, their eyes vacant with medication or terror. Treatment rooms with equipment that looked more like torture devices than medical instruments. And the staff, doctors and nurses who looked at their patients not with compassion, but with the cold detachment of people studying lab rats. One photograph showed what appeared to be a group therapy session, but the patients were all wearing straitjackets and most had visible injuries, black eyes, split lips, bandaged heads. The caption on the back read, "Behavioral Modification Session, October 1961. "Look at this," I called to the others, holding up another photograph. This one showed the basement level of the hospital. Rows of beds filled a long, low-ceilinged room. But these weren't treatment beds. They were more like prison cots, close together and surrounded by bars. The caption read, "Violent Patient Containment Area." "There's a basement," Kevin said, studying the photo. "We should check it out." Are you insane? Garrett asked. This place is horrifying enough above ground. But I found myself drawn to the idea. If the upper floors had been this disturbing, what secrets lay below? What had they hidden in the basement that couldn't be done in the rooms above? As I was putting the photographs back in the file, my flashlight illuminated something else scattered among the papers. Personal items that had belonged to patients. A child's stuffed animal, moth-eaten and gray with age. A wedding ring, tarnished black. A leather diary with pages so fragmented I could only make out individual words. Help, home, please, God. The diary belonged to someone named Catherine. She had been admitted in 1959 at age 17 for manic episodes and inappropriate behavior. The few readable entries painted a picture of a frightened young woman who had been abandoned by her family and subjected to increasingly harsh treatments. I tried to tell Dr. Reynolds that the medicine makes me sick, one entry read. But he says I'm being difficult. They put me in the quiet room again yesterday. It's not quiet at all. There are sounds in the walls. Another entry dated several weeks later. They did the electric treatment again today. I can't remember things anymore. I know I had a sister, but I can't remember her name. I think they're trying to make me forget who I am. The final entry, barely legible. Something is wrong here. People go to the basement and don't come back. I can hear them crying at night, but when I ask the nurses, they say nobody is crying. I think I'm next. If someone finds this, please tell my family I tried to come home. I closed the diary, my hands shaking. Catherine would have been about my age when she wrote those words. She had been someone's daughter, someone's sister, and she had died in this place, alone and terrified. We need to keep moving, Kevin said softly. He had been reading over my shoulder, and I could see that the files were affecting him too. This is getting too heavy. But as we prepared to leave the area, I noticed something else. Many of the surviving files mentioned the basement level, but always in vague terms. Patient transferred to lower level for intensive treatment. Experimental procedures conducted in sub-basement facility. Specialized containment protocols enacted. Whatever had happened in the basement of Waverly Sanitarium, the staff had been careful not to document it clearly, which only made me more curious about what we might find down there. We left the records area and continued deeper into the hospital, following signs that pointed toward the main treatment wing. This section of the building felt different from what we had seen so far, more clinical, more deliberately designed for suffering. The first room we entered contained equipment that made my blood run cold. Metal tables with restraint straps, cabinets full of surgical instruments, many of them rusted but still recognizably sharp. And in one corner, a machine that looked like something from a science fiction movie, all wires and dials and metal plates. Electroshock therapy, Garrett said, limping over to examine the device. They'd strap patients down and run electrical current through their brains. The machine was connected to a metal headpiece that looked like a medieval torture device. Leather straps dangled from it, and I could see stains on the metal that I preferred not to think about. Nearby, a chart on the wall showed treatment schedules. Some patients were listed for daily sessions. Daily? I said, reading the chart. They did this to people every day? For weeks at a time, Kevin replied, examining a logbook that had been left open on a nearby table. Listen to this. Patient 347, day 12 of treatment. Subject continues to resist therapy, increasing voltage to maximum setting. Note: patient has suffered 3 seizures during today's session but remains conscious. I turned away from the chart, feeling sick. But my flashlight beam fell on something even worse. A room filled with metal tubs, each one equipped with restraints and temperature controls. Ice bath therapy, Garrett explained. They'd force patients into freezing water for hours, sometimes days. The tubs were stained with rust and what looked like blood. Scratch marks around the edges showed where desperate fingers had clawed for escape. One tub still contained what looked like restraint chains anchored to the bottom. But it was the next room that truly horrified me. This one contained what could only be described as cages. Metal cells barely large enough for a person to sit upright. Each one had a small slot for food and a drain in the floor. The bars were worn smooth in places where hands had gripped them endlessly. A placard beside the entrance read, "Isolation Treatment Area. Violent and uncooperative patients." "They kept people in cages," I whispered. "For months at a time," Kevin added, reading from another logbook. "Some of these entries show patients confined for over a year." The walls around the cages were covered in writing, scratched into the concrete with fingernails or small stones. Names, dates, pleas for help. "Please let me go home." "I'm not crazy." "Tell my mother I love her." And over again. "Help me, help me, help me." I was beginning to understand why Kevin's cousin had come back so shaken. This wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a monument to human cruelty, a place where suffering had been elevated to an art form. We left the treatment wing and found ourselves at a T intersection. To the left, signs pointed toward the cafeteria and kitchen areas. To the right, elevators and stairs led to the upper floors. Straight ahead was a large chalkboard, probably used for staff schedules or announcements. Without thinking, I walked over and wrote my name on it with a piece of chalk that had been left on the ledge. It seemed important somehow to leave evidence that I had been here, to add my name to the roster of people who had witnessed this place. But as soon as I finished writing, I felt a strange sensation, as if I had just done something irreversible, something that would mark me forever as having been here. I turned around to find Kevin and Garrett, and that's when I noticed the elevators. There were 3 of them, their doors standing open like gaping mouths. The elevator cars themselves were nowhere to be seen. The shafts dropped away into darkness, disappearing below the level of our flashlight beams. But as I walked closer to examine them, something impossible happened. The exit signs above the elevators flickered to life, casting an eerie red glow across the intersection. At the same time, emergency lighting along the corridors began to activate, creating pools of sickly yellow illumination that stretched away into the distance. "That's not possible," Garrett said, staring at the lights. "This place has been without power for 30 years. "Emergency systems," Kevin suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe they're battery-powered and something triggered them." I walked to the edge of one elevator shaft and shone my flashlight down. The beam disappeared into darkness without revealing the bottom. But as I stared into the depths, I could swear I heard something echoing up from below, a sound like metal scraping against stone. And then, as if responding to some unseen signal, every light in the visible part of the hospital suddenly blazed to life. The transformation was instant and terrifying. One moment we were navigating by flashlight through a dark, dead building. The next, harsh fluorescent lights were flickering to life throughout the hospital, revealing the full extent of the decay and destruction around us. But more than that, the lights revealed something else. We were not alone. Through the windows I could see vehicle headlights moving around the building's exterior. Bright beams swept back and forth across the grounds, clearly searching for something or someone. "Cops," Kevin whispered, grabbing my arm. "We need to hide, now." Panic hit me like a physical blow. Getting arrested for trespassing would mean jail time, court appearances, a criminal record. My parents would kill me. My college applications would be ruined. We scattered immediately, looking for hiding places. The intersection where we stood offered limited options, but we had to make do. Kevin dove behind a pile of overturned tables and chairs that had been stacked against one wall. Garrett, hampered by his injured knee, hobbled toward a doorway on the right side of the corridor and pressed himself into the shadows. I found myself directly in front of the open elevator shafts. Without thinking, I crouched down beside the opening, using the elevator framework to conceal myself from anyone who might come down the main corridor. The emergency lights continued to flicker overhead, casting dancing shadows that made everything seem to move. From my position, I had a clear view down the long hallway we had just traveled. but I was also painfully exposed if anyone approached from the other direction. We waited. The vehicle lights outside continued their systematic search, moving slowly around the building's perimeter. Through broken windows, I could see the beams sweeping across interior walls, probing every room, every hiding place. And then came the sounds. At first, I thought it was the police entering the building. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridors, accompanied by the sounds of doors being opened, furniture being moved, objects being knocked over. The searchers were being methodical, checking every room, every possible hiding spot. But as the minutes passed, something about the sounds began to bother me. The footsteps seemed to come from multiple directions at once, not just from the entrance where we had come in, but from upstairs, from the other end of the building, even from below us. How many officers were there? And how had they gotten in so quickly? The sounds grew louder, closer. I could hear what sounded like metal gurneys being wheeled down corridors, their wheels squeaking in the familiar rhythm of hospital equipment. But that made no sense. There shouldn't be any gurneys left in working condition. Then I heard voices. They were distant, muffled, but clearly human. Multiple people talking, though I couldn't make out the words. The voices seemed to echo strangely in the building's corridors, bouncing off walls and returning changed, distorted. Kevin caught my eye and mouthed silently, "How many are there?" I shook my head. I couldn't tell. The sounds seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. 20 minutes passed. 30. The vehicle lights continued their patient circuit of the building, but the sounds inside seemed to be intensifying rather than diminishing. Whatever search was being conducted, it was thorough and getting closer. I was starting to cramp from crouching in the same position when something made me look down the hallway toward the area where we had found the patient files. A light was moving in that direction. Not a vehicle light from outside, but someone walking with a flashlight or lantern. The beam bobbed with the rhythm of footsteps, getting steadily brighter as it approached our location. I held my breath, pressing myself further back into the shadows beside the elevator shaft. The light was close now, maybe 50 feet away. I could hear the footsteps clearly, a steady measured pace that suggested someone who knew exactly where they were going. And then, as the light reached the intersection where we were hiding, I saw him. The figure that stepped into the intersection was impossible, but I saw it with my own eyes. He was dressed in a white coat that seemed to glow in the emergency lighting. Not the casual lab coat of a modern doctor, but the formal, lengthy coat of an earlier era. The coat was pristine, showing no signs of the dust and decay that covered everything else in the building. Beneath the coat, he wore a dark suit and tie, perfectly pressed. His hair was neatly combed and parted, held in place with what looked like hair tonic. Everything about him belonged to the 1950s or 1960s, as if he had stepped directly out of one of the old hospital photographs. He carried an old-fashioned medical bag in one hand and what appeared to be a patient file in the other. His face was calm, professional, showing the kind of detached concern I had seen in the faces of the doctors in those horrifying photographs. But his eyes were completely black. Not dark brown or deep blue, but black, as if the pupils had expanded to completely fill the iris, or as if there was simply nothing there at all. He walked out of the hallway and turned toward me, those terrible empty eyes scanning the intersection methodically. For a moment, I thought he was just looking around, conducting the same kind of search the police outside were performing. Then his gaze fixed directly on me. Even crouched in the shadows beside the elevator shaft, even partially concealed by the metal framework, he saw me. Those black eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made every nerve in my body scream. For what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, we stared at each other. The doctor's expression never changed. Calm, professional, mildly interested. As if finding a terrified teenager hiding in his hospital was exactly what he had expected. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised both arms above his head in what might have been a gesture of surprise or triumph. The medical bag swung from one hand, the file from the other. His mouth opened as if he was about to speak, or perhaps call out to someone. But instead of speaking, he simply turned and walked away, heading down the corridor toward the cafeteria area. His footsteps echoed normally. His white coat disappeared into the shadows, and within moments, it was as if he had never been there at all. Except for the smell he left behind, the sharp, antiseptic odor of a working hospital, completely out of place in this tomb of decay and abandonment. I sat frozen in place, trying to process what I had just seen. My rational mind insisted it was impossible, a hallucination brought on by fear and the oppressive atmosphere of the place. But my eyes had seen him clearly, every detail sharp and unmistakable. After several minutes, I managed to whisper, "Did you guys see that?" Kevin's voice came back shaky. "See what?" "The doctor, the man in the white coat." "I didn't see anything," Garrett replied. "What doctor?" I described what I had witnessed, but even as I spoke, I could hear how insane it sounded. A doctor from the 1950s, walking the halls of an abandoned hospital, making eye contact with me before disappearing into the darkness. "You're freaking yourself out," Kevin said, but his voice lacked conviction. "This place is getting to all of us." Maybe he was right. Maybe the combination of stress, fear, and the horrible history we had been learning about had created some kind of waking nightmare. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew I wanted out of this place immediately. "We need to leave," I said. "Now. I don't care about the police." But even as I spoke, I realized the sounds inside the building had stopped. The footsteps, the moving furniture, the distant voices, everything had gone silent. The vehicle lights outside were still making their circuit, but whatever search had been conducted inside the hospital seemed to have ended. "Maybe they gave up," Garrett suggested hopefully. We waited another 10 minutes in silence, but the internal sounds didn't resume. Finally, Kevin made the decision for all of us. "We're turning ourselves in," he said. "This is getting too weird, and I'd rather deal with the cops than spend another minute in here wondering what else we might see." None of us argued. Whatever curiosity had brought us here was completely overwhelmed by the need to escape. We made our way back through the hospital corridors, retracing our path toward the window where we had entered. The emergency lights were still on, making navigation easier, but also casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made the decay and destruction even more horrifying. As we walked past the room where I had found Catherine's diary, I could swear I heard something, a soft crying sound, like someone sobbing quietly. But when I stopped to listen, there was only silence. The treatment room seemed even more sinister in the harsh light. The electroshock machine's metal components gleamed dully, and the ice bathtubs looked like instruments of torture from some medieval dungeon. I found myself walking faster, eager to put distance between myself and the evidence of human cruelty we had discovered. When we reached the waiting room where we had first entered, I was surprised to see that the wheelchair in the center of the room had moved. It was now facing the window we had climbed through, as if positioned to watch our exit. "That wasn't like that before," I said, pointing to the wheelchair. Kevin shone his flashlight on it. "Are you sure?" I was sure, but I didn't want to argue. I just wanted out. We reached the window, and Kevin climbed through first, dropping down to the ground outside. I went next, grateful to feel fresh air on my face and to be free of the oppressive atmosphere inside the building. Garrett was just starting to climb through when a powerful light suddenly blazed in our faces, temporarily blinding us. "Don't move!" a voice shouted. "Keep your hands where I can see them!" A police officer emerged from the shadows, his flashlight beam fixed on us. He was alone, which surprised me. Based on all the vehicle lights we had seen, I had expected multiple officers. He directed us to line up against the wall of the building while he called for backup. As we stood there, hands against the brick, I finally got a good look at our captor. He was young, probably not much older than us, and he looked nervous. His uniform was rumpled, and his flashlight beam shook slightly as he held it on us. "Are there any others with you?" he asked. "We need to know if anyone else is inside." "No, it's just us three," I replied. "Why, did you find someone else?" The officer's expression was puzzled. "We heard people moving around in there for the past hour. Doors slamming, furniture being moved around. If it wasn't you guys, then who was it?" Kevin, Garrett, and I exchanged glances. "We heard it too," Kevin said slowly. "We thought it was you searching for us." The officer shook his head. "We never entered the building. We just drove around the perimeter with our spotlights, trying to get whoever was inside to come out voluntarily." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the night air. "You never came inside?" I asked. "No. Department policy. That building's too dangerous. Structurally unsound, asbestos, lead paint. We're not authorized to enter unless there's an immediate life-threatening emergency." "Then who was making all the noise?" The officer was quiet for a long moment. "You really want to know what I think?" We nodded. "I think that place is haunted as hell. Every officer in this county has stories about Waverly. Lights turning on by themselves, sounds of people moving around inside, figures in the windows. We've had dozens of calls over the years from people who swear they've seen things." "What kind of things?" Garrett asked. "Doctors making rounds, patients in the windows, people in old-fashioned clothes walking the halls." He paused. "You see anything like that in there?" I thought about the doctor with the black eyes, the white coat that glowed in the emergency lighting, the way he had looked directly at me before walking away. "Yeah," I said quietly. "I saw something like that." The officer nodded as if this was exactly what he had expected to hear. "You're not the first. Probably won't be the last either." Backup arrived a few minutes later, and we were processed for trespassing. The charges were minor, community service and a fine, but the experience had shaken all of us deeply. Years later, I learned that our experience at Waverly Sanitarium had not been unique. The building had gained a reputation as one of the most haunted locations in the country, with dozens of paranormal investigation teams documenting similar encounters. I also learned more about the building's history. The tuberculosis sanitarium had indeed been a place of death and suffering, but the mental hospital years had been even worse. Patients had been subjected to experimental treatments, illegal drug trials, and procedures that amounted to torture. Many had died, not from their mental illnesses, but from the treatments meant to cure them. The basement level that I had wanted to explore was eventually investigated by professional paranormal researchers. They found evidence of procedures that had never been officially documented: isolation cells, surgical suites for unauthorized experiments, and holding areas where patients had been kept for months without any record of their presence. The doctor I had seen matched descriptions given by other witnesses over the years. Always in the white coat, always carrying the medical bag, always with those terrible black eyes. Some researchers believed he was Dr. Edmund Hartwell, the hospital's chief psychiatrist during the 1950s and 1960s, who had committed suicide in his office after being investigated for patient abuse. But I didn't need researchers to tell me what I had experienced. I knew that Waverly Sanitarium was more than just an abandoned building. It was a repository of human suffering, a place where pain and death had soaked so deeply into the walls that they could never be completely erased. I drive past the hospital sometimes when I'm in that area, usually on my way to visit family. The building still stands, though it's more deteriorated now. The windows are all boarded up, and the grounds are completely overgrown. But sometimes, especially on dark nights like Devil's Night, I can still see lights moving in those windows. And I know that somewhere inside, in corridors that smell of antiseptic and despair, the doctor is still making his rounds, still carrying his medical bag, still searching for patients who need his particular brand of treatment. The living have abandoned Waverly Sanitarium. The dead never left. November 12th, 2024. The woods of northern Michigan had always been my sanctuary. At 36, I'd spent nearly 2 decades tracking deer through these forests, learning their patterns, respecting their territory. This particular hunting trip wasn't meant to be different from the dozens before it. I'd arrived at my cabin 3 days earlier, settling into the familiar routine of early mornings and patient waiting. That morning, I woke before my alarm, the darkness outside my window complete. The temperature had dropped overnight, and my breath formed small clouds as I prepared my gear in the pre-dawn chill. Weather reports predicted clear skies, perfect visibility, but a sharp drop in temperature by evening. I layered methodically: thermal underwear, wool socks, camouflage pants, and a heavy jacket. My hunting rifle, a Remington 30-06 passed down from my grandfather, felt reassuring in my gloved hands. The drive to my preferred hunting spot took 40 minutes along dirt roads that grew increasingly narrow. I parked at the trailhead, checked my supplies one final time, and began the trek to my stand. The forest welcomed me with its morning symphony, twigs snapping beneath my boots, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, distant birds announcing the coming day. This early, the woods felt clean, untouched, like I was the first human to ever walk these paths. My stand was positioned on the edge of a clearing with a good line of sight in 3 directions. I'd built it myself 5 seasons ago, sturdy enough to withstand Michigan winters and comfortable enough for the long wait hunting demanded. Climbing up, I settled in for what I knew could be hours of stillness. The sun rose slowly, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I remained motionless, controlling my breathing, becoming part of the landscape. My thoughts drifted as they always did during these waits: work problems, family matters, the mortgage payment due next week. The meditation of the hunt always cleared my mind, reset my perspective. By midday, I'd spotted 3 does, but none offered a clean shot. I munched quietly on the sandwich I'd packed, sipped water sparingly, and continued my vigil. The temperature held steady, but I noticed dark clouds gathering on the western horizon, contradicting the forecast. Weather in northern Michigan was notoriously unpredictable, especially in November. I briefly considered packing up early but dismissed the thought. I'd come for a reason. As afternoon wore on, the forest grew quieter. The birds that had chattered all morning fell silent. Even the wind seemed to pause. Experienced hunters recognize these moments, the lull before activity. I raised my binoculars, scanning the tree line methodically, when a movement caught my eye. A buck, moving cautiously into the clearing, pausing to test the air. I froze, barely allowing myself to breathe. Even from this distance, I could count the points on his antlers. A 5-pointer, mature but not ancient. His coat was healthy, muscles defined beneath brown fur. He took another cautious step forward, and I slowly, deliberately, raised my rifle. The crosshairs settled on the buck's vital area, just behind the shoulder. My finger rested lightly on the trigger, not yet applying pressure. Time stretched as I observed him through the scope, his ears twitching at sounds I couldn't hear, nostrils flaring to catch any scent of danger. I'd been taught to respect what I hunted. My father's words echoed in my mind. When you take a life, you accept responsibility for that decision. The buck lowered his head to graze, offering the perfect shot. I exhaled slowly, squeezing the trigger with practiced precision. The report of the rifle shattered the silence. The buck jerked, took 2 stumbling steps, and collapsed. A clean shot, the kind hunters pray for, minimizing suffering. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by the solemn acknowledgement of what I'd done. I waited 15 minutes, making sure the animal was truly down before descending from my stand. The clearing felt different as I approached the fallen deer. Shadows had lengthened considerably, and I realized with a start how quickly daylight was fading. The clouds I'd noticed earlier had advanced, blocking the western sky entirely. My watch read 4:15 p.m., giving me maybe an hour of good light. Under normal circumstances, that would be plenty of time to field dress the deer and begin the trek back. Kneeling beside the buck, I removed my hunting knife from its sheath. The animal's eyes were already glazing over, the warmth of life rapidly departing. I whispered a quiet, "Thank you," before making the first incision, another tradition passed down from my father. The field dressing was methodical work, requiring focus and respect. I removed the internal organs carefully, preserving what was useful, leaving the rest for the forest's scavengers. By the time I finished, darkness was approaching faster than I'd anticipated. The clouds had swallowed what remained of daylight, and the temperature had dropped noticeably. I wiped my knife clean, returned it to its sheath, and considered my options. The deer was substantial, probably 180 pounds, and I was 5 miles from my truck. I'd brought my game cart specifically for this purpose, but it was secured about 2 miles away, at the junction where several trails met. I secured my rifle across my back and began dragging the deer through the underbrush toward the cart. This was the grunt work of hunting, the part glamorized hunting shows never depicted. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold, muscles in my back and shoulders protesting the strain. The forest around me had transformed with the approaching night, familiar landmarks taking on unfamiliar shapes in the diminishing light. I paused to catch my breath, suddenly aware of the profound silence. No birds called. No squirrels rustled through branches overhead. Even the wind had stilled, leaving the forest in an unnatural hush that made the hair on my neck stand up. I told myself this was normal. Animals sense death and grow quiet. But something felt off about the quality of the silence, like the forest wasn't just quiet but actively listening. Shaking off the sensation, I continued dragging the deer. My headlamp created a tunnel of light that seemed to make the surrounding darkness even more impenetrable. Every few minutes, I stopped to adjust my grip and check my bearings. The path back to the cart wasn't marked, but I'd traveled it enough times to navigate by memory and the occasional familiar tree or rock formation. When I finally reached the junction where I'd left the cart, exhaustion had set in. My shoulders ached, and my gloves were slick with a mixture of blood and sweat. The cart stood where I'd left it, a simple two-wheeled contraption designed to make transporting game easier. I allowed myself a moment of relief. The hardest part was over, or so I thought. I hoisted the deer onto the cart, securing it with bungee cords and rope. The weight distributed evenly, I gripped the handles and began pushing forward. For about 50 yards, everything went smoothly. The wheels turned easily over the relatively flat terrain, and I picked up pace, eager to reach my truck before complete darkness enveloped the forest. The sharp crack came without warning. At first I thought I'd run over a branch, but the sudden tilt of the cart told me something more serious had happened. I stopped, shining my headlamp down to inspect the damage. The left wheel had fractured along its rim, the spokes splaying outward like broken fingers. As I watched, helpless, the wheel gave one final groan and detached completely, leaving the cart listing dramatically to one side. "Damn it," I muttered, my voice unnaturally loud in the silent forest. I crouched to examine the brake more closely. The aluminum wheel had sheared clean through where it connected to the axle. A catastrophic failure with no quick fix. My mind raced through potential solutions. Could I fashion a replacement from branches? Drag the cart on its remaining wheel? Neither option seemed viable. The reality of my situation began to sink in. I was 3 miles from my truck, with night falling rapidly and a 180-pound deer that now had to be transported without mechanical assistance. My phone showed no service bars, not surprising in this remote area. No one knew exactly where I was hunting, only that I'd be somewhere in this general forest. No one would miss me until tomorrow at the earliest. I stood, stretching my back as I considered my options. I could abandon the deer, an unthinkable waste that went against everything I believed about hunting ethics. I could try making camp and waiting until morning, but I hadn't brought sufficient overnight gear, and the temperature was dropping fast. The only reasonable choice was to continue toward the truck, carrying the deer if necessary. With grim determination, I unstrapped the deer from the useless cart. Using the rope I'd brought, I fashioned a crude harness that would allow me to drape the animal across my shoulders, distributing the weight as evenly as possible. The technique, often called the fireman's carry, was something I'd learned years ago but rarely had to employ. With a grunt of effort, I lifted the deer, adjusting it until the weight settled as comfortably as possible across my upper back. The first 100 yards were manageable, adrenaline masking the strain. But soon my muscles began to protest, and my pace slowed. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold, and my breath came in increasingly labored puffs. I focused on the path ahead, forcing myself to take one step after another, knowing that stopping might mean not starting again. That's when I heard it. A single distant howl that cut through the silence like a knife. I froze, listening intently. Coyotes were common in these woods, typically hunting in small packs, especially in winter when food was scarce. A moment later, another howl answered the first, then another, until a chorus of yips and calls echoed through the trees. My grip tightened instinctively on the deer. The blood and viscera I'd left behind at the field dressing site would attract predators. That was part of the natural cycle. But the sounds seemed closer than they should be. Coyotes rarely posed a threat to humans, but I was alone, burdened, and increasingly vulnerable as darkness descended. I resumed walking, faster now despite the weight. The blood from the deer had soaked into my jacket, and I knew the scent was broadcasting my presence to anything with a keen nose. The howls continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, as if the pack was moving in patterns around me. Were they tracking me specifically, or was this regular hunting behavior? The rational part of my brain insisted it was the latter, but primal fear suggested otherwise. The forest had become an alien landscape. My headlamp created distorted shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees casting them. Every fallen log resembled a crouching predator. Every rustle in the undergrowth signaled approach. The weight of the deer grew heavier with each step, but the thought of putting it down, even temporarily, filled me with dread. Instinct told me that stopping now would make me vulnerable. The coyotes' calls had organized, becoming more purposeful. Where before they had sounded scattered and random, now they moved in what seemed like a coordinated pattern. I'd hunted and tracked enough to recognize the sounds of animals on a hunt. They were communicating, positioning themselves, working as a unit. Sweat trickled down my face despite the biting cold. My breath formed clouds in the beam of my headlamp. The path ahead led through a section of forest I knew well in daylight. A relatively open area with sparse underbrush, followed by a gradual descent toward a swampy lowland. Under normal circumstances, I would have skirted the swamp entirely, taking a longer but drier route. Tonight, that wasn't an option. The direct path through the wetland was my best chance of reaching the truck before complete exhaustion set in. The howls suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise, filling the darkness with anticipation. I strained to hear anything, a twig snap, a rustle of leaves that might indicate where the pack had gone. Nothing. Just the sound of my own labored breathing and the occasional creak of branches overhead. I continued forward, each step deliberate, trying to minimize noise. The trees began to thin, and I found myself on the edge of the clearing I'd expected. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, providing just enough illumination to make out the silhouettes of trees on the far side. Crossing open ground felt dangerously exposed, but I had no choice. Halfway across the clearing, movement caught my eye. A swift, low shape darting between trees at the perimeter. I stopped, squinting into the darkness. Another shape moved, then another. My headlamp beam swung wildly as I tried to track them, revealing nothing but empty spaces where I was certain I'd seen movement. I quickened my pace, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the crushing weight across my shoulders. The opposite tree line seemed impossibly distant. Each time my foot struck the ground, Pain shot through my overworked muscles. I was pushing too hard, too fast, but fear drove me forward. A sound behind me, the unmistakable patter of paws on dry leaves. I didn't turn, couldn't turn, my body locked in the singular focus of forward motion. More sounds joined the first, a symphony of rustling and soft footfalls that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. They were flanking me, using the same hunting techniques they would employ against any prey. I reached the far side of the clearing, plunging back into the relative cover of trees. No relief came with this milestone. The sounds of pursuit only intensified. My hand moved to the hunting knife at my belt, though I knew how pitiful a defense it would be against multiple attackers. My rifle, strapped across my chest under the deer, was essentially useless without time to unsling it and aim. The forest floor began to slope downward, signaling the approach to the swampy area. The ground underfoot grew softer, my boots sinking slightly with each step. Soon I would be in the true wetland, where movement would become even more difficult. Part of me wondered if I should change course, try for higher ground where I might have better footing. But that would mean deviating from the most direct route to safety, adding precious time to my journey. A yip sounded, much closer than before, followed by a chorus of responses. They were communicating again, coordinating. I realized with chilling clarity that they weren't just following me, they were actively hunting me. The weight of the deer, the blood soaking my clothes, my obvious vulnerability, all had transformed me from human, something they would typically avoid, into prey. The first step into the swamp proper sent cold water over the top of my boot. I grimaced but pushed forward, each footfall now accompanied by a sucking sound as the mud attempted to claim my feet. The deer across my shoulders felt like it had doubled in weight, the strain threatening to buckle my knees. My breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the cold night air. The swamp stretched before me, a patchwork of shallow pools, tussocks of grass, and the occasional stunted tree. In daylight, I could have picked out the firmest path through this maze. In darkness, with only my headlamp illuminating a few feet ahead, I was forced to test each step, sometimes sinking ankle deep, sometimes finding relatively solid ground. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit grew more brazen. A splash, then another. The pack had followed me into the wetland without hesitation. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. My headlamp caught the reflection of eyes, several pairs gleaming with predatory focus. They were spread out in a loose semicircle, some wading through water, others picking their way along higher ground. I turned forward again, fighting panic. The rational part of my brain still insisted that coyotes rarely attacked humans, that they were naturally cautious creatures. But nothing about this felt natural. Their behavior was too coordinated, too persistent. And I was not simply a human now. I was a walking blood scent, burdened and slow, broadcasting vulnerability with every labored step. My foot caught on something beneath the water, a submerged branch or root, and I stumbled forward. For one terrible moment, I thought I would fall face first into the muck, pinned beneath the weight of the deer. Through sheer determination, I regained my balance, but the near fall cost me. Pain shot through my ankle, not severe enough to indicate a break, but certainly a sprain. Each step now brought a fresh wave of agony. The swamp seemed endless, a nightmare landscape of identical pools and deceptive footing. My headlamp battery was weakening, the beam growing dimmer. I switched it to the lowest setting, conserving what power remained. This reduced my visibility even further, forcing me to move more by feel than sight. A splash to my right, much closer than the previous sounds. I swung toward it, catching a glimpse of gray-brown fur as a coyote darted behind a clump of reeds. They were testing distances now, gauging my reactions. Another splash to my left, then behind me. They were circling, closing the distance gradually, their confidence growing with each passing minute. I fumbled at my belt, unsheathing my hunting knife. The blade gleamed dully in the fading headlamp beam, 6 inches of steel that suddenly seemed woefully inadequate. Still, holding it provided some psychological comfort, a connection to humanity and tool use that separated me from the pure animalism surrounding me. The ground beneath my feet began to firm slightly. I was nearing the far edge of the swamp. Hope sparked briefly, only to be extinguished by a sudden chorus of yips and howls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The sound was triumphant, celebratory almost, as if the pack was acknowledging that their prey was tiring, weakening. I pushed forward with renewed desperation, ignoring the fire in my muscles and the throbbing in my ankle. Water gave way to mud, then to damp earth, as I finally reached the border of the wetland. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped here, rested, perhaps even celebrated this small victory. Now I barely registered the transition, focused only on maintaining distance from the creatures behind me. The terrain began to rise gradually. I was approaching a ridge that I knew ran parallel to the road where I'd parked my truck. If I could reach the top of that incline, I would be less than a mile from safety. The thought gave me strength I didn't know I still possessed. A growl, low and menacing, sounded from my right. Much too close. I swung toward it, knife extended, and saw a coyote less than 10 feet away. In my headlamp's weakening beam, it looked larger than I remembered coyotes being, its eyes reflecting an eerie, almost intelligent malice. It stood its ground as I faced it, neither advancing nor retreating. Movement to my left drew my attention. Another coyote, matching the first in size and demeanor. Then another appeared, and another, until I realized with stomach-dropping clarity that I was surrounded. The pack had maneuvered me exactly where they wanted, using the swamp to tire me out, waiting until I reached drier ground where they could move more effectively. I turned in a slow circle, knife extended, trying to keep as many of them in view as possible. There were at least 8 that I could count, possibly more hidden in the darkness beyond my light's reach. They maintained their distance, watching, waiting. For what, I wasn't sure, but the coordination of their behavior sent ice through my veins. The standoff couldn't last. My strength was failing rapidly, the weight of the deer threatening to bring me to my knees. The coyotes sensed this, their postures changing subtly, muscles tensing in preparation. One of them, slightly larger than the others, the alpha, I presumed, took a deliberate step forward, testing my reaction. I lunged toward it, shouting hoarsely, swinging the knife in a wide arc. The coyote retreated, but only a few steps, its retreat seeming almost contemptuous. The message was clear. They knew I was at my limit. They could afford to wait. My mind raced, searching for options. I couldn't outrun them, not in my current state. Fighting was suicide against so many. The deer across my shoulders was both burden and attractant, but abandoning it might not save me now. They had committed to this hunt. The scent of blood was on me regardless. The ridge rose before me, steeper than I remembered. If I could reach the top, would it make any difference? The coyotes could easily follow. But something in my primal brain insisted that higher ground was better, that elevation might provide some advantage I couldn't yet see. I began backing toward the incline, keeping the knife extended, trying to watch all directions simultaneously. The pack adjusted, maintaining their circle, neither advancing nor yielding ground. Each step backward was agony, my ankle protesting, my shoulders screaming from the sustained weight. The alpha made another testing advance, this time joined by 2 others. I shouted again, a raw, desperate sound that echoed through the trees. They paused but didn't retreat as far this time. My bluff was losing effectiveness with each repetition. I reached the base of the ridge and began the ascent, still facing outward, still trying to keep the pack in view. The incline forced me to lean forward against the weight of the deer, throwing my already precarious balance further off. Twice I nearly fell, catching myself at the last moment, knowing that going down might mean never getting up again. The coyotes followed, maintaining their distance but adjusting their formation to account for the changing terrain. Their patience was unnerving. This wasn't normal predatory behavior. They moved with purpose, with strategy, as if guided by something beyond animal instinct. Halfway up the ridge, my headlamp flickered, then died. Darkness engulfed me, broken only by the weak moonlight filtering through clouds. I froze, momentarily blinded by the sudden absence of light. When my eyes adjusted, I could make out only vague shapes where the coyotes had been, darker patches against the night. A growl from my right spurred me back into motion. I scrambled upward, abandoning caution, driven by pure survival instinct. My foot slipped on loose soil, and I went down on one knee. Something brushed against my leg, fur, warm and coarse. I slashed blindly with the knife, connecting with nothing but air. I regained my footing and continued upward, no longer trying to face the threat, simply focused on ascent. The top of the ridge was close now, a slightly lighter line against the night sky. What lay beyond, I couldn't remember clearly, but it had to be better than my current position. Another brush against my leg, this time followed by a sharp nip that didn't quite penetrate my pants. They were testing, tasting, their restraint eroding with each passing moment. I kicked out reflexively and connected with something solid that yelped in surprise or pain. The sound triggered a response from the others. Growls deepened, movements became more aggressive. They were done waiting. The hunt was entering its final phase. I reached the top of the ridge in a last desperate surge of energy. As I crested the rise, the landscape ahead became visible in the weak moonlight. My heart leapt. There, not 50 yards away, stood a chain-link fence, tall and solid, marking the boundary of private property that bordered the state forest. Beyond the fence, I could make out the straight line of a gravel access road. New energy flooded my limbs. The fence represented a barrier the coyotes would have to work to cross. Not an insurmountable obstacle for them, but something that would slow them down, break their coordinated approach. More importantly, the road beyond might have traffic, might lead to help. I half ran, half stumbled toward the fence, abandoning any pretense of facing my pursuers. Behind me, the pack gave voice to their hunt, howls and yips signaling the chase was on in earnest. They were no longer hiding their intentions, no longer content to simply follow and wear me down. The fence loomed larger, 7 feet of chain link topped with a strand of barbed wire. Under normal circumstances, scaling it would be challenging but manageable. With a deer across my shoulders and exhaustion clouding my thoughts, it seemed nearly impossible. But the alternatives, turning to fight or surrendering to exhaustion, were unthinkable. I reached the fence as the first coyote closed to within striking distance. Without hesitation, I heaved the deer upward, using the last reserves of my strength to lift it high enough to catch on the top of the fence. The carcass balanced precariously for a moment, then toppled over to the other side with a heavy thud. Hands now free, I began to climb, fingers gripping the metal links, boots searching for purchase. Behind me, snarls and snapping jaws spurred my ascent. Something caught at my pant leg, teeth tearing at the fabric. I kicked wildly, connecting with a solid mass. The grip released, and I continued upward. My jacket caught on the barbed wire at the top, the sharp points piercing the fabric and scraping against my skin beneath. I yanked free with a ripping sound, sacrificing the jacket's integrity for speed. As I cleared the top, a coyote leapt upward, jaws snapping just inches from my dangling boot. I tumbled to the other side, landing hard on the packed gravel. The impact drove the air from my lungs, leaving me gasping. The deer lay nearby, a dark mass against the lighter gravel. On the other side of the fence, the pack converged, some already beginning to climb or probe for weaknesses in the barrier. I scrambled to my feet, retrieved my knife from where it had fallen, and backed away from the fence. The coyotes snarled and paced, some attempting to squeeze through gaps at the bottom, others testing the height with leaps that fell just short of the top. The fence was holding for now. I collapsed to my knees on the gravel road, lungs burning, muscles trembling with exhaustion. The coyotes continued their assault on the fence, their frustration evident in their increasingly frenzied movements. One particularly large individual had managed to get halfway up the chain link, claws scrabbling for purchase on the metal. I watched, mesmerized by its determination, wondering if the barrier would truly prove sufficient. After what seemed an eternity, but was likely only minutes, the attacks on the fence began to subside. The coyotes paced back and forth, occasionally testing the barrier, but with decreasing conviction. Their howls took on a different quality. Less hunting fervor, more frustrated lamentation. They had lost their prey, and some primal part of me exulted in that knowledge. When I felt capable of movement again, I turned my attention to the deer. The carcass lay where it had fallen, still intact despite the rough handling. My ethical obligation remained. This animal deserved to be properly processed, its meat not wasted. With trembling hands, I checked the integrity of the bungee cords I'd originally used to secure it to the cart. The road stretched in both directions, disappearing into darkness. I had no idea which way might lead to civilization sooner, or if this road connected anywhere near where I'd parked my truck. My phone still showed no service. I was safer than I had been in the forest, but far from secure. I decided to move east along the road, a choice based more on instinct than knowledge. The deer was once again a burden across my shoulders, though it seemed almost manageable now compared to carrying it through swamp and woodland while being hunted. My ankle throbbed with each step, and every muscle in my body protested. But the relative safety of the road provided psychological comfort that translated to physical endurance. After perhaps half a mile, lights appeared in the distance, the unmistakable glow of headlights moving toward me. I stepped to the side of the road, not wanting to present a hazardous obstacle to the approaching vehicle. As it drew closer, I raised one arm in a clear gesture of distress. The vehicle, a pickup truck with official markings, slowed, then stopped altogether about 20 feet away. Headlights illuminated me, creating a spotlight effect that must have presented a strange tableau. A blood-stained man with a deer across his shoulders, standing on a deserted gravel road in the middle of the night. The driver's door opened, and a figure emerged, approaching cautiously. As they drew closer, I made out the uniform of a Department of Natural Resources officer. Relief flooded through me, so intense it nearly brought me to my knees again. "Sir, are you all right?" The officer's voice held concern tinged with wariness. His hand rested near his sidearm, a reasonable precaution given the circumstances. "Yes, no, I'm not injured, but I've had..." I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound deranged. There was a pack of coyotes. They chased me through the forest. My game cart broke and I had to carry the deer. They were hunting me. The officer's expression shifted from wariness to something more complex, doubt mixed with growing concern. He gestured to the deer. "May I see your hunting license and tags?" The normality of the request almost made me laugh. After everything that had happened, here was bureaucracy, rules, civilization reasserting itself. I carefully lowered the deer to the ground and retrieved my wallet with hands that still trembled slightly. The officer examined my documentation, nodding as he confirmed everything was in order. He shone his flashlight over the deer, noting the clean shot placement and field dressing. His professional assessment complete, his demeanor softened. "You're about 3 miles from the main road," he said, gesturing in the direction I'd been walking. "Were you hunting alone?" I nodded, suddenly aware of how foolish that decision seemed in retrospect. "And the coyotes, how many would you estimate were in the pack?" "At least 8, I answered. "Maybe more. They worked together, like they were coordinating. I've never seen behavior like that before." The officer nodded thoughtfully. "We've had reports of unusually aggressive packs in this area over the past month. Larger groups than normal, bolder behavior. Theory is that habitat loss further north has pushed multiple packs into overlapping territories. forcing them to adapt new hunting strategies. He gestured to his truck. "Let's get your deer in the back. I can drive you to your vehicle, assuming you can direct me to where you parked." The offer was like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. Together, we loaded the deer into the truck bed, securing it with additional straps the officer provided. As we drove through the night, I directed him toward the trailhead where I'd left my truck hours earlier. The forest looked different from inside the safety of a vehicle. Less menacing, more familiar. But I knew something had changed in my perception of these woods. They were no longer simply a place of recreation and sustenance. They had shown me their other face, the one that humans, for all their technological advantages, would do well to remember. Dawn broke as I finally arrived home, the deer secured in the bed of my own truck. The night's terror had faded somewhat, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion and a strange, almost euphoric gratitude for survival. I mechanically went through the process of hanging the deer in my garage, ready for proper butchering later. Every movement felt dreamlike, disconnected from normal reality. I stripped off my ruined clothes, noting with detached interest the numerous small tears and punctures in the fabric, evidence that the encounter had been as close as I'd perceived, not some fear-magnified imagination. In the shower, hot water revealed scratches and bruises I hadn't even registered receiving, my body a map of the night's journey. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by dreams of pursuit, of endless running through terrain that constantly shifted beneath my feet. I woke repeatedly, heart pounding, certain that I could hear howls in the distance. By mid-afternoon, I gave up on rest and instead focused on processing the deer, a task that normally brought satisfaction, but now felt like an obligation to be completed. The meat from the deer would feed me for months, vacuum sealed and stored in my freezer. I found myself wondering if the price had been worth it. Not in the economic sense. Venison was far cheaper than purchasing equivalent amounts of beef, but in some deeper calculus of risk and reward. What had I truly gained, and what had I nearly lost? Over the next few days, I researched coyote behavior obsessively, looking for explanations for what I'd experienced. Most sources confirmed what the DNR officer had suggested. Habitat pressure was creating new pack dynamics, forcing adaptations in hunting strategies. Some researchers documented increased pack sizes and more coordinated attacks on larger prey. None of this was reassuring. I called my brother, who had hunted these same woods with me for years before moving out of state. I related the experience, trying to keep my description factual, resisting the urge to embellish what had already been terrifying enough in its reality. "God," he said when I finished, "you're lucky to be alive. Are you going out again this season?" The question caught me off guard. I hadn't considered whether the experience had changed my relationship with hunting permanently. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I'm not sure I can look at those woods the same way." "No one would blame you for hanging up the rifle after something like that," he offered. But that felt like surrender to something I wasn't prepared to acknowledge, that beneath our veneer of civilization, we remain potential prey. That nature tolerates our presence but doesn't recognize our presumed dominance. That the line between hunter and hunted is thinner than we care to admit. A week later, I returned to the forest. Not to hunt, the season was closing, and I had more meat than I needed, but to walk the same paths in daylight, to reclaim some sense of control over an environment that had so thoroughly stripped it from me. I brought a companion this time, my neighbor's German Shepherd, a muscular animal whose alert presence beside me provided both practical security and psychological comfort. We walked to the clearing where I'd shot the deer, then followed approximately the same route I'd taken during my desperate flight. Everything looked different in daylight, less threatening, more navigable. The swamp that had seemed endless at night was a relatively modest wetland, easily traversed on slightly higher ground I hadn't been able to see in darkness. When we reached the fence that had provided salvation, I stood for a long time, looking back toward the forest. The dog whined softly, sensing something in my manner that made him uneasy. I reached down to reassure him, fingers running through thick fur, feeling his solid warmth against my leg. "It's okay," I told him, though the words were really for myself. "We're just visiting. We don't belong here." That was the truth I'd discovered during that night of terror. Not that nature was malevolent, but that it was indifferent. We enter wild places as guests, not masters, regardless of the weapons we carry or the technologies we employ. The forest doesn't care about our intentions or our ethics. It operates by older, deeper rules that we forget at our peril. I would hunt again, I decided as we turned to head back. But never alone. Never without proper communication equipment. Never with the comfortable arrogance that had led me into danger. The venison in my freezer was more than meat now. It was a reminder of lessons learned at great cost, of respect earned through fear, of boundaries re-established between human and wild. As we walked away from the fence, I thought I heard a distant howl. The dog's ears pricked forward, confirming it wasn't imagination. I didn't hurry my steps or look back. The sound wasn't a threat now, just a voice in a conversation that had been ongoing long before humans entered it. A conversation about survival, territory, and the ancient dance between predator and prey that defines all living things. I was no longer just a hunter. I had been hunted. And something fundamental had shifted in how I understood my place in the world. Not a revelation exactly, but a remembering of something humans had known since we huddled around the first fires, watching the darkness beyond our circles of light, listening to the sounds of things that moved in the night. My name is Alton Merton, and this happened during a job that was unlike any other. For most of my life, I worked for a secret cryptid hunting unit within the US government. It's a job that sounds ridiculous until you're the one standing toe-to-toe with things that shouldn't exist. I always figured the job would end one of two ways. I'd retire quietly, or I'd vanish into the wilderness, becoming one of the many missing persons our unit tracks. I never thought I'd live to tell this story. The call came in on a Tuesday. I remember because I'd just settled into my apartment after wrapping up a case in northern Michigan. Something about livestock mutilations that turned out to be coyotes with unusual hunting patterns. Nothing supernatural, just nature being brutal in new ways. I was 3 sips into my first decent bourbon in weeks when my secure phone buzzed. "Merton," I answered, already reaching for my go bag. "We need you in Oregon, yesterday." It was Director Holloway, her voice tight with the particular strain that meant civilians were already dead. 12 hours later, I was stepping off a military transport at a small airfield near the Cascade Range. The late September air carried the first bite of autumn, and fog clung to the forest like a shroud. We were dispatched to the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, a place where the trees rise like giants and the fog rolls in thick, swallowing the world whole. The mission was straightforward on paper. Reports of missing hikers had spiked in the region, more than usual, and some of the recovered remains bore signs of violent death, signs that didn't match any known predator. My team consisted of me, our tracker Sam Powell, a stoic guy with a knack for finding anyone, anywhere; Jane Harper, our weapon specialist who could hit a target at 100 yards without blinking; and our tech wizard, Max Lang, who handled everything from satellite phones to drones. We were a tight-knit group, each of us having saved the other's skin more than once. Sam met me at the airfield, his weathered face grim beneath his salt and pepper beard. 6 missing in the last month, he said, handing me a folder as we walked to the waiting jeep. 2 bodies recovered. The rest? He trailed off, letting the implication hang. Jane and Max were already at the ranger station, converting a back room into our operations center. Jane was methodically cleaning her rifle, her movements precise and mechanical. Max hunched over 3 laptops, satellite imagery flickering across the screens. "The latest victim is Emily Dawson," Max said without looking up. 32. Experienced hiker, local guide. Went out for a day hike 4 days ago and never came back. I studied the map they'd pinned to the wall, red pins marking the last known locations of the missing, blue ones where bodies had been found. No discernible pattern, except they all disappeared within a roughly 20 square mile area. Any connections between the victims? I asked. Jane shook her head. Different ages, backgrounds, experience levels. Only thing they have in common is they all went missing in the same general area. What about the bodies? I asked, dreading the answer. That's where it gets interesting, Max said, pulling up photos I wish I could unsee. Medical examiner found puncture wounds that don't match any known predator. Spacing's all wrong for bear, cougar, or wolf. And there's this. He zoomed in on what looked like strange markings around the wounds. Almost like the tissue was dissolved. We spent the rest of the day prepping gear and studying topographical maps. As darkness fell, I stepped outside the station, watching as the mist thickened into impenetrable fog. The forest seemed to breathe in the darkness, ancient and patient. Something was out there, hiding in that primeval wilderness. Something that had developed a taste for human flesh. And tomorrow, we were going hunting. We set up base camp near the last known location of Emily Dawson. She had been an experienced trekker, familiar with the dangers of the wilderness. Her disappearance had raised more than a few eyebrows. As I zipped my tent closed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that whatever lurked in these woods was already aware of our presence. I checked my sidearm before lying down, finding cold comfort in its weight. Sleep came in fitful bursts, punctuated by dreams of moving shadows and distant, inhuman cries echoing through endless trees. We started our search at dawn, the forest still shrouded in mist, our breath visible in the crisp morning air. Sam took point, his eyes scanning the ground for any sign of passage. Jane flanked our right, rifle at the ready, while Max monitored our location and deployed small reconnaissance drones to scout ahead. The forest felt wrong somehow. Too quiet. Too still. The towering Douglas firs and ancient cedars created a cathedral-like space, their branches interlacing high above to block out most of the sunlight. What little made it through created dappled patterns on the forest floor, shifting like liquid as the wind stirred the canopy. Park ranger said Emily was headed to Blackwater Ridge, Sam said, consulting his GPS. It's about 4 miles northeast of here. Popular spot for photographers because of the view. We moved in silence, each of us scanning our surroundings. My skin prickled with the sensation of being observed, though whenever I turned to look, there was nothing but trees and undergrowth. Hours passed with nothing to show for our efforts. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing to indicate where Emily might have gone. The landscape became increasingly rugged, forcing us to navigate steep ravines and dense thickets of thorny brush. Something's off, Jane muttered as we paused to check our bearings. We should have seen some wildlife by now. Squirrels, birds, something. She was right. The forest was unnaturally silent, as if the local fauna had fled or gone into hiding. It wasn't until the afternoon that we found something. A scrap of fabric caught on a thorn bush, stained with blood. Sam examined it closely, his face grim. "This is recent," he said. "Less than a day old." Max bagged the sample while Jane documented our location. I scanned the surrounding area, looking for any other signs of disturbance. "There," I said, pointing to a faint depression in the loamy soil. "Looks like something was dragged." Sam crouched, studying the ground with practiced eyes. "Good catch. Direction is..." He pointed deeper into the forest, away from the established trails. "That way." We pressed on, the mood somber. The forest grew denser, the undergrowth thicker, making progress slow and arduous. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves. The temperature dropped noticeably as we descended into a narrow valley. The soil grew damp beneath our boots, and the vegetation changed from sunlight-loving ferns to mushrooms and moss that thrived in darkness. It was around then that I noticed something odd. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping birds, chattering squirrels, had ceased entirely. An unnatural quiet had settled in, as if the very air was holding its breath. "Something's not right," Jane muttered, her eyes scanning the trees, rifle raised slightly. We moved cautiously, weapons at the ready. The tension was palpable, every step measured, every sense straining for the slightest hint of danger. The trail of disturbed earth and occasional blood smears led us deeper into the valley, to a place where the trees grew so close together that we had to move single file. The ground sloped sharply downward, and the air grew colder still, carrying the mineral smell of underground water and wet stone. That's when we stumbled upon the cave. It was hidden behind a thick curtain of vines, its entrance yawning like a black hole against the hillside. If not for the trail we were following, we might have walked right past it. "Think this is where our missing hikers ended up?" Max whispered, his voice barely audible. "One way to find out," I replied, unclipping my flashlight. The entrance was roughly 8 feet high and twice as wide, with strange weathering patterns that made the rock look almost like it had been melted rather than eroded. The ground in front showed signs of frequent passage. Not human footprints, but something else. Something that dragged itself along the ground. Max deployed a small drone, sending it inside to scout the area. We huddled around his tablet, watching the grainy night vision feed as the drone penetrated the darkness. The feed showed a narrow tunnel leading into a larger chamber, the walls marked with strange, almost ritualistic carvings. They didn't match any cultural pattern I recognized. Not Native American, not European, not anything human. "I need to get a closer look at those markings," I said, checking my sidearm. "This place gives me the creeps," Max muttered. "Stay sharp," I told them. "We go in, we document, we get out. No heroics." "I'll go first," I said, taking point. The cave was cold and damp, the air heavy with the scent of decay. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing more of the eerie carvings. They depicted creatures that were neither human nor animal, grotesque amalgamations that defied logic. Some showed scenes of hunting, others of feeding. All featured the same elongated skeletal figures pursuing prey. The narrow entrance tunnel widened after about 50 feet, opening into the chamber we'd seen on the drone feed. The ceiling rose to at least 20 feet, creating an echoing space large enough to hold dozens of people. We reached the chamber, and the stench hit us like a physical force. The unmistakable odor of decomposing flesh, so strong it made my eyes water. As our lights swept the space, the source became clear. Bodies, or what was left of them, were scattered around. Some were recent, others in varying stages of decomposition. It was a gruesome sight, enough to churn even the strongest stomach. "Dear God," Jane whispered, covering her nose and mouth. I counted at least 8 distinct corpses, some partially consumed, others seemingly preserved for later consumption. Among the newer remains, I spotted hiking gear that matched the description of Emily Dawson's equipment. Max began documenting the scene, his camera flashing as he took photographs for evidence. Sam moved carefully around the perimeter, examining the ground and walls. "These markings," he said, tracing a weathered hand over one of the carvings. "They're old. Very old." As we inspected the remains, noting details for our report, a sound echoed through the cave, a scraping noise like claws on stone, coming from deeper within the mountain. We turned as one, flashlights sweeping the chamber. At the far end, previously hidden in shadow, a narrow passage led further into the earth. And from that passage, a figure emerged. It was tall, emaciated, with elongated limbs and eyes that glowed faintly in the light. Its skin was a mottled gray, and its mouth was filled with jagged teeth, too many to fit in what approximated a human jaw. The creature moved with a jerking, insect-like motion that sent primal fear coursing through my veins. We fired without hesitation, bullets tearing through the air. The muzzle flashes were blinding in the darkness, the reports deafening in the confined space. The creature moved with unnatural speed, dodging most of our shots. It let out a shriek that reverberated through the cave, making my ears ring. A sound like metal scraping against metal, amplified to painful levels. "Center mass!" I shouted, adjusting my aim. Jane managed to land a hit, and the creature stumbled, black ichor spraying from its shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it seemed enraged, its movements becoming more frenzied and unpredictable. "Fall back!" I shouted, retreating towards the tunnel. "Sam! Max! Go!" They didn't need to be told twice. Sam and Max were ahead, Jane close behind. I brought up the rear, firing controlled bursts to keep the creature at bay. My rounds found their mark, punching through the thing's torso, but it kept coming, seemingly impervious to wounds that would have dropped any natural predator. As we reached the tunnel entrance, the creature lunged, crossing the distance between us with impossible speed. Its claws raked across Jane's back, tearing through her tactical vest like it was tissue paper. She cried out, collapsing to the ground. "Jane!" Max yelled, turning to help her. But the creature was on her in an instant, its elongated fingers wrapping around her throat, lifting her off the ground. I emptied my magazine into it, each impact causing it to twitch but not deterring it. "Get out!" Jane managed to gasp, her hands scrabbling at the thing's grip. She reached for something on her belt, a grenade. I grabbed Max, pulling him back as the creature tore into Jane. "She's giving us a chance," I hissed. "We have to go, now!" We retreated down the tunnel, the sounds of struggle fading behind us. Then came a muffled thump that shook dust from the ceiling. Jane had pulled the pin. We burst from the cave, gasping for air. The daylight was blinding after the darkness of the tunnel. Sam was already calling for extraction, his voice steady despite the chaos. We didn't stop moving until we reached the relative safety of our camp, putting distance between us and whatever might emerge from that cave. "Did you see that thing?" Max wheezed, hands on his knees as he fought to catch his breath. "What the hell was it?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Nothing in our database matches that morphology." "Jane." Sam's voice broke. She knew what she was doing. We fell silent, each processing the horror we'd witnessed and the loss of our teammate. The extraction team arrived within the hour, but it was too late for Jane. Her sacrifice had bought us time to escape, but the weight of her death pressed down on us like a physical force. Back at the ranger station, we debriefed with Director Holloway via secure video link. Her face remained impassive as we described the creature and the cave of horrors it had made its lair. "The markings suggest it's been there a long time," I explained. "Generations, maybe centuries. Local legends mention shadow stealers that take people who venture too deep into the forest." "And you're certain the explosive eliminated the threat?" Holloway asked. "No," I said honestly. "The tunnel partially collapsed, but we can't confirm the creature was neutralized. If it survived, it's trapped for now. But caves like that often have multiple exits." Holloway's expression hardened. "I'm sending in a containment team. They'll seal the cave system and monitor for any activity." "What about Jane?" Max asked. "Official report will list her as killed by a bear attack during a wildlife survey," Holloway replied. "Her family will receive full benefits and commendations for service to her country." The loss weighed heavily on us all, a stark reminder of the dangers we faced. The creature, whatever it was, remained an unsolved mystery lurking in the wilderness. I couldn't shake the image of its glowing eyes, the way it moved with such unnatural precision, the fact that our bullets seemed to merely inconvenience it. In the aftermath, we reported back to our superiors, detailing the events as best we could. The official story was that Jane had died in a bear attack, a convenient lie to cover the truth. I didn't like it, but it wasn't my call to make. We were given some time off, a chance to recover and regroup. I spent those days in quiet reflection, haunted by the memories of that cave and the creature that dwelled within. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, waiting for its next victim. The world is full of dark, hidden corners, places where the light of civilization doesn't reach. We're the ones sent to explore those places, to confront the monsters that lurk in the shadows. In the end, we're just human, facing things we were never meant to understand. But we do it because someone has to. We do it because the alternative is to let the darkness win. And as long as I'm still breathing, I'll keep fighting, no matter the cost. That's the job. That's the reality of hunting monsters. 3 weeks after the incident, I sat in a sterile conference room at headquarters, a cup of cold coffee forgotten in front of me. Director Holloway had called us in for what she termed a follow-up briefing, but I suspected there was more to it. Sam and Max looked as haggard as I felt. None of us had been sleeping well. The dreams were always the same, running through endless tunnels while something scuttled behind us, gaining with every step. The containment team completed their work. Holloway began without preamble, sliding folders across the table. The cave has been sealed with reinforced concrete and the area declared off-limits due to geological instability. I opened the folder to find photos of the operation. Heavy machinery, hazmat suits, armed guards maintaining a perimeter. The final image showed the cave entrance completely blocked, steel rebar protruding from the concrete like skeletal fingers. "Did they find anything?" I asked. "Any sign of—" "Jane's remains were recovered," Holloway interrupted, her voice softening slightly. "As for the entity, there was no trace. Either it was destroyed in the explosion or it escaped," Sam finished, his face grim. Holloway nodded. "We've stepped up surveillance in the area. Motion sensors, thermal imaging, regular patrols. If it's still out there, we'll find it." "What about the markings?" Max asked. "Did the team document them before sealing the cave?" Holloway pushed another folder toward us. "Our linguists and anthropologists have been analyzing the symbols. They don't match any known human language or pictographic system. The photos showed the strange carvings in detail, angular glyphs and disturbing figures that seem to shift and move even in the static images. Looking at them for too long made my head ache. Their preliminary assessment is that these markings predate human settlement in the region," Holloway continued. "Carbon dating of organic material embedded in the deeper carvings suggests they're at least 15,000 years old." "So whatever that thing was, it's been there a long time," I murmured. "The question is whether it's unique or if there are more of them," Sam added. The thought had been haunting me as well. If one such creature could exist, hidden from human discovery for millennia, how many others might be out there? "We're cross-referencing similar disappearances nationwide," Holloway said as if reading my thoughts. "Looking for patterns that might indicate other entities with similar hunting behaviors." "And Emily Dawson?" I asked. "Her family deserves closure. Official report lists her as presumed dead, body unrecoverable due to predator activity," Holloway replied. "Her parents were told a mountain lion was responsible." More lies. More cover-ups. Sometimes I wondered if we were doing the right thing, hiding the truth from the public. But then I remembered the panic that would ensue if people knew what really lurked in the dark corners of the world. As for Emily Dawson, her fate remained a mystery. Her body wasn't among those in the cave, leaving a small bitter hope that she might still be out there, alive. We added her to the list of missing persons, another name in a file that seemed to grow longer every day. The unit moved on to the next case, always one step behind the things that go bump in the night. We never talked about Jane after that. Not directly. But her memory lingered. A silent reminder of the price we pay for standing between the world and the darkness. 2 months later, I was back in the field, investigating cattle mutilations in Oklahoma that turned out to be the work of a cult rather than anything supernatural. The work continued, an endless cycle of reports, investigations, and containment. But my thoughts often returned to that cave in Oregon. to the creature with too many teeth and eyes that glowed in the dark. I checked the surveillance reports weekly, looking for any sign that it had returned. The winter passed, then spring. The forests of the Pacific Northwest bloomed with new life, covering the scars of our encounter. Hikers returned to the trails, unaware of the danger that had once stalked those woods. I began to hope that perhaps we had succeeded after all, that Jane's sacrifice had not been in vain, that the creature had been trapped or killed in the explosion, its ancient hunger finally extinguished. Then came the call that shattered that fragile hope. 3 hikers missing near Mount Jefferson, Director Holloway said, her voice tight. 2 bodies recovered. The injuries matched the pattern. My blood ran cold. Mount Jefferson was over 100 miles from our original encounter. It's moved, I said, already reaching for my go bag. Or there's more than one. Team is assembling at the Portland field office, Holloway replied. Wheels up in 3 hours. I've seen things that defy explanation, faced horrors that would break most men. But it's not the monsters that haunt me. It's the people left behind, the missing and the dead, their stories unfinished. In the quiet moments when the world is still and the night is dark, I hear their whispers. And I know that as long as there are monsters, there will be hunters like me ready to face them. That's the job. That's the reality. And it's a reality I've come to accept. The helicopter set down in a clearing not far from the base of Mount Jefferson. The mountain loomed above us, its peak shrouded in clouds, indifferent to the horror unfolding in its shadow. Sam and Max flanked me as we disembarked, each carrying more firepower than we had in Oregon. We weren't taking any chances this time. A local ranger met us, his face drawn with stress and lack of sleep. 3 days ago, a group of 5 hikers went up the East Trail, he explained as we loaded our gear into a waiting jeep. Only 2 made it back. They were hysterical, talking about something coming out of the trees, something that moved wrong. And the bodies? I asked. Found yesterday, about 4 miles up the trail. It's not pretty. The ranger wasn't exaggerating. The scene was eerily similar to what we'd found in the cave months earlier. Bodies partially consumed, strange puncture wounds, tissues around the wounds showing signs of chemical decomposition, as if the creature's saliva contained some sort of digestive enzyme that liquefied flesh. Same MO, Sam confirmed, crouching beside one of the bodies. But this is fresh. Less than 24 hours. It's hunting, Max said quietly, and getting bolder. We established a base camp and began our search, methodically covering the area where the attacks had occurred. The forest here was different from the dense coastal woods of our previous encounter, more open, with less undergrowth, offering fewer places for something large to hide. Yet the sense of being watched was even stronger, a constant prickling at the back of my neck that made me twitch at every snapping twig or rustling leaf. Night fell, and we continued our search by spotlight and thermal imaging. Max had developed a new drone with enhanced infrared capabilities, designed specifically to detect the unusual heat signature we'd recorded from the creature. I've got something, he said around midnight, hunched over his tablet. 300 yards northwest, moving parallel to the ridgeline. We moved in formation, weapons ready, communication limited to hand signals. The moon was nearly full, casting silver light through the trees and creating pools of deep shadow that seemed to shift and move. The drone's feed showed the heat signature growing stronger, more defined. Whatever we were tracking was large, at least 7 feet tall, and moving with the same jerky, insect-like motion I remembered all too well. Visual contact, Sam whispered, pointing ahead. There it was, moving between the trees, the same elongated limbs, the same mottled gray skin. It was dragging something behind it, a dark mass that left a wet trail on the forest floor. On my mark, I breathed, raising my rifle. 3, 2... The creature stopped suddenly, its head swiveling in our direction. Those glowing eyes seemed to look directly at me, through me, into some part of myself I didn't know existed. And then it was moving, not away from us as expected, but directly toward us, covering ground with impossible speed. "Fire!" I shouted, and our weapons erupted in unison. This time, we were better prepared. Incendiary rounds punched through the creature's torso, igniting on impact. It shrieked, that same metal-on-metal sound that haunted my dreams, and thrashed wildly as flames spread across its body. But still it came, burning and wounded, driven by hunger or rage or some alien emotion we couldn't comprehend. It crashed into our line, sending Sam flying with a sweep of its arm. Max emptied his magazine into it point blank, the muzzle flash illuminating its grotesque face in stark relief. I circled behind it, drawing my sidearm loaded with special hollow points filled with white phosphorus. I emptied the clip into the back of its head, each impact causing a small explosion of searing white light. The creature collapsed, its limbs twitching and spasming. Black ichor pooled beneath it, hissing and steaming where it touched the ground. "Is it dead?" Max asked, reloading with shaking hands. "Not taking any chances," I replied, removing a thermite grenade from my pack. "Back up." The grenade detonated in a blinding flash, engulfing the creature in flames hot enough to melt steel. We watched in grim silence as it burned, the stench of it acrid and alien. When the flames finally died down, nothing remained but a blackened smear on the forest floor and a few fragments of bone-like material that refused to burn. "Bag those," I told Max, pointing to the fragments. "Full containment protocol." We recovered the item it had been dragging, the partial remains of one of the missing hikers. The poor soul hadn't stood a chance against such a predator. As dawn broke, we swept the area one final time before calling in the cleanup team. The official story would be a forest fire caused by illegal campers, explaining the scorched earth and any lingering evidence of our confrontation. "You think that's the end of it?" Sam asked as we watched the containment team work, his arm in a sling from his encounter with the creature. "I don't know," I admitted. "Maybe it was the same one from Oregon, maybe it was another of its kind. Either way, there could be more out there. If there are, we'll find them," Max said with uncharacteristic fierceness. "For Jane." I nodded, surveying the mountain wilderness stretching to the horizon. So much territory, so many places for things to hide. And beyond these forests, there were deserts and swamps, mountains and plains, oceans and caves, countless environments where the unknown could lurk, watching and waiting. Back at headquarters, the fragments we recovered were sent to a specialized lab for analysis. Preliminary results confirmed what I had suspected. The material matched nothing in our databases, its molecular structure unlike any known terrestrial organism. "The question remains," Director Holloway said during our debriefing. "Are these isolated incidents, or are we seeing the beginning of a pattern? If they're coming out of hiding, there must be a reason," I pointed out. "Environmental changes, human encroachment on their territory, something triggering more aggressive behavior. Or maybe they've always been hunting us," Sam suggested quietly, "and we're just getting better at noticing." The thought chilled me. How many missing persons over the centuries, over the millennia, might have fallen prey to these creatures? How many unexplained disappearances might have been attributed to accidents or exposure, when something far more sinister was responsible? In the weeks that followed, we compiled reports of similar attacks and disappearances, creating a map of potential hotspots across the country. Patterns emerged. Clusters of incidents around certain mountain ranges, deep forests, remote coastlines. Places where the boundaries between our world and whatever lay beyond seemed thinnest. We became more proactive, deploying teams to investigate areas before people went missing, setting up monitoring systems, working with local authorities to restrict access to high-risk locations without revealing the true nature of the threat. It wasn't a perfect system. People still disappeared. Bodies were still found bearing those distinctive wounds. But we were learning, adapting, becoming more effective hunters of the hunters. As for me, I continued to lead field operations, each mission adding to our knowledge, each encounter honing our tactics. The nightmares became less frequent, replaced by a cold determination to protect those who would never know the dangers that lurked in the shadows. I've spent my life in pursuit of things that shouldn't exist, standing at the border between the known world and the mysteries beyond. It's a lonely existence, marked by secrets and loss, by questions that may never be answered. But when I think of the alternative, of these creatures roaming unchecked, of families never knowing what happened to their loved ones, I know the cost is worth paying. So I keep my go bag packed, my weapons loaded, my mind open to possibilities that most would dismiss as impossible. I watch the shadows, listening for sounds that don't belong, always ready for the call that will send me back into the darkness. Because that's who I am. That's what I do. I'm Alton Merton, and I hunt the things that hunt us.